Hey, Steven.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Jeff.
Hey,
Evening.
I see Ken in the attendees.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Neil.
Oh, there he is.
All right. Are we good to go, Neil?
We are good to go.
I'll read everybody's favorite checklist to kick off the meeting. Hi, everybody. Okay. As chair of the Hopkinen Select Board, due to the COVID-19 coronavirus crisis, in accordance with Governor Sununu's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this board is authorized to meet electronically. Please note there's no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, this is to confirm we're doing the following: providing public access to the meeting by phone, with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are using Zoom tonight. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting through dialing 646-558-8656. Meeting ID is 340-316-049. We've also provided a Zoom website, Zoom link, I should say. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of how to access the meeting using Zoom. Instructions are on the Town of Hopkinton's website at www.hopkinen-newhampshire.gov and on the Town of Hopkinton's Facebook page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call 603-746-8242, or you can email townadmin@hopkinen-newhampshire.gov. Adjourning the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting, we will adjourn the meeting and have it rescheduled. A few notes about tonight. The meeting's being recorded. It will be available to watch at a later time. The link to watch will be on the town website. The select board's unmuted. Everyone else is muted. If you have a question during the meeting, you can use the raise your hand feature. And during public forum, lines will be unmuted to allow folks to speak. And please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting will be done by roll call vote, and we'll start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. So everyone, please state your name and let us know if there's anyone in the room with you, which is required under the right to know law. So this is Sabrina Dunlap. I am alone in my office. Jeff?
Jeff Donahoe, and I'm alone.
Anna?
Anna Wells, I'm alone.
Steven?
Stephen Whitley alone.
And Ken?
Ken Traum, and I'm alone.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So I want to make a quick note that this is another budget work session. And for people who are here not for budget issues, but because they want to listen in and weigh in on the mask ordinance, we probably will not get to that until, I would think, 7:30 at the earliest, probably. We have we have we have multiple budget presentations that have to take place. And the last one is scheduled for 7. So I just wanted to throw that out there for people who might want to leave and come back. And also, we don't have public comment on the agenda, but I am planning, if the board's good with it, with adding a public comment session under the other business mask ordinance piece. So just wanted to note that there, unless anyone objects, there will be public comment opportunity. Okay. So we will start off with administrative then. So first up is approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, I'll move we approve the consent agenda of November 16th, 2020, and nominate Jeff Donahue to sign. If it's okay with Jeff.
That's fine with me, Ken. Thank you. I'm happy to second that. I do have a question about this property tax abatement. I'm trying to understand why we're abating 2019 taxes at the 2020 rate, which I don't think is correct.
Which one is it?
The elderly abatement for Hunt.
Okay, I did those by hand. I did not do the form that's normally done. I just used that form. They had an elderly exemption that they applied for in time, but because of town meeting, it didn't make it to the warrant.
Well,
So I
that's
have to figure
2020. That's 2020. That's not 2019, is it?
Correct. Where do you
And why
see?
are we?
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
seeing where I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know where you're seeing the 2019.
It's on the form that Neil included in our packet. It says we're paying them for 513 days of interest that the taxes were paid in June of 2019.
Oh,
We're
that should,
abating-
I'm sorry. I'll have to redo that one because then I had the wrong date there. So we'll just remove it from the agenda and I'll check it when I get in the morning.
Okay, so you taking off should we just take off the whole property tax abatement? Is that easiest?
Yes, for those two.
Yeah, the
Or
camper
for the
van.
elderly? Okay. Are people okay with that friendly amendment?
Yes,
Okay. So thanks, Jeff, for flagging that. So Sabrina's yes, Stephen,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes,
and Ken.
yes.
Thank you. And thanks for signing, Jeff. All right, approval of the public meeting minutes from November 9th, 2020.
Okay, I'll move we approve the public meeting minutes of November 9, 2020, but note that I have one change.
second.
Okay, my change would be on page 11 at the, this is at the bottom of the page where I mentioned about the solar array at the transfer station. And it ends with Hopkinton will continue to receive the revenue. And I'd like it to read, will continue to receive the revenue consistent with the projections presented at town meeting.
Okay,
Is that a motion, Ken?
Yes,
I'll
I think
second
Jeff's, oh, okay.
the minutes with Ken's amendment.
All right. Sabrina's yes, Stephen,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes,
and Ken.
yes.
All right, and finally, approval of the non-public meeting minutes from November 9th, 2020.
I'll move such and note that they're not sealed.
All right, I'll second. All right, so Sabrina's yes, Anna,
Yes.
Jeff,
I abstain. I was not present.
Ken,
Yes,
and Stephen.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, everybody. That brings us to the budget presentation. So first up is town clerk / tax collector / elections with Carol Harless. Hi, Carol.
Hello, everyone. How are
Thanks
you
for
doing?
joining us.
Oh,
Absolutely. Start. Okay. So thank you very much for the time to come before you to present my budget. It's pretty simple this year. We don't have much going on next year. Yoo-hoo! No 4 elections, so that's good. So I can just start right off. I'm looking to keep the full-time person in the office. Nothing's changed in that salary. And my part-time person, nothing's changed there. And let's see, so then down to the telephone, it's pretty much the same. That's what I had last year, was 1680. So I went with the same thing for this year. I don't imagine to see any increase or decrease on that. The computer software, there's a small increase there, and that's because they've projected a 3% across the board on all of the different modules, tax, clerk, and dogs, and so on and so forth. So that's why there's a slight increase there. Registry of Deeds, that's pretty much the same. The mortgage search, a line item did increase also because she has gone up on her rate. She was charging $15 per search, and she's now charging $20. So that's why you'll see a small increase on that line item also. The next one is the professional services. We had that in the budget last year, and then it was taken away. You folks needed to take that away, and I'm hoping to be able to put that back in. And that's for the professional services, to be able to, rebind and preserve our books that are at the Bates Building. So it's kind of important if we can manage to squeak that in there for this year, that would be great to be able to get that going again. The next item is travel and meals. I kept that pretty much the same. The conference training, that went down because we're not really going anywhere. With this whole COVID situation, there are some things that are going to be online, which is great, but as far as going anywhere, I reduced that to $250, and that ought to be enough. The printing, pretty much the same. Nothing. I don't see any big increase in postage or any of that sort. So that, for printing, renewal letters are going to stay the same, and so on and so forth. So I kept that at the 2,000. Office supplies, I went down a little bit because we only have 1 election. We don't have the 4 elections. So I did go down to 2,000. And that's basically what we had in the 2019 budget. Postage, I went down a little bit on that also, but not too much, because we do a lot of mail in the office. But with, not as many elections, we won't be sending out as many absentees. So hopefully the 9,000 will be good to cover that. Dog tags, they're the same. They haven't gone up. So that's pretty much the same. Furniture, I went down a little bit to 400. I am going to have to replace my chair and, maybe another chair or 2 in the office. So that's why I didn't want to cut it out completely, but we do have the 400 in there for that. And then the next one is the in and out. This just basically is all the money that I collect for the state. It comes in and then it goes out. So that's why we use the 11,000 there. And that's pretty much it for the town clerk tax collector. And the whole budget really only increased 1.45%. So I'm hoping that that's going to be good for you all. And then I do have underneath me, I have the elections, and you'll see that has significantly gone down also. And it's basically because of 1 election as opposed to the 4 elections. The ballot clerk wages went way down. You'll see significantly from 33.28 to 832. The moderator stipend, that's pretty much stays the same. That doesn't change. It's the same thing with the assistant. The supervisors of the checklist, they only have that one election, so that's why that's down. And that's pretty much it. Then we have travel and meals for the workers at the polls. There's only one election, so that's why I went down to 150, which should cover it for the one election next year. Advertising will just be one election, so I went to the 165, but just to cover the one election for the notices that we have to put in the paper that we're required. And then the postage went way down again, only because that just having that one election. The voting machine expenses, same thing. We had to budget in there for, the maintenance and all that stuff, the coding of the ballot machine. So I did that at 1,800. And that budget's changed significantly, 56.96 below last year's. So that's that. I don't know if you all have any questions for me, but that's what I have.
Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome.
You must be very happy looking at what's coming up in this year versus last year.
Very happy, Steve.
Yeah.
Very happy. It was yep.
I was going to say, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought that you did a great
That's
job. And so we said
Thank
it
you.
last meeting, but nicely done.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit more about that co-file? And so
Sure.
you have 2 books in here at $3,000 each. If you got the $6,000, would that cover everything that you need to preserve, or is this like chipping away at little by little?
No, because the ball got dropped on that for a few years. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball, you might say. We need to catch up on a lot of it.
Okay.
So, but at least it would be 2 more books than what we did have this year. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Yeah. And so if I'm picturing this right, this is like the really old records and they're bound together so that they can be preserved a little easier. Is that correct?
Correct. They put it in a really nice book for us, and it all has plastic sleeves. So it's protected so that, somebody could look at that record and it's not going to get hurt. It's not going to get damaged.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
Carol, likewise, I'd like to thank you and your team for everything you've done this year and at elections. It's been a trying year for everyone.
Thank you. I
my-
appreciate that.
My question relates to mortgage searches. Now, you said you have an outside person does the searches.
Correct.
Now, then do we charge the customer who wants the search done?
Yes.
And have the rate we're charging gone up? Has that gone up?
We charge the same rate that she charges.
Okay, so maybe I don't know if I should be asking you or Neil in terms of on our revenue projections, are we using the higher charge?
We are.
We are, okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Stephen beat me to the other question.
Anyone else have
Okay.
a question? All right.
Yeah, I have a quick question. This is coming from a kind of a personal place because I'm looking at the words voting machine and having like flashbacks to voting day about how difficult it was to get folded ballots into the voting machine, which seems rather ancient. That I don't know if that's true, if that was just an issue because this year.
No, it's always been that way.
Okay.
It's just, it was overwhelming this year, Anna, because we had 1,500.
Yes, we sure did. I think I touched every single one of them.
Mhm.
So I don't know if there is, I guess my first question is, in your assessment, do you think that an upgrade needs to happen at some point to that machine? And if so, what is the appropriate timeline for that? And what are the steps for that? Is that something that should go into more long-term planning, CIP? How that would work?
It would have to actually come through the Secretary of State's office for the upgrade.
Mhm.
I would love to see that happen, but they have to initiate it.
Okay, so it
They
can't
have
be
to
on
get
a
the
request.
ball rolling on that, and it would be great if they would.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to know.
Carol, is there,
Yep.
what's the process for us getting the computerized check-in? I forget what it's called, some kind of book.
You mean the actual ballot reader? They come and they check
Oh, the
that.
checklists,
No, the
the
check-in.
electronic version of the
Voting check-
checklists.
I guess I don't understand the question.
So we talked at a previous meeting about how there's only one copy of the checklist. And so when people check in, the book has to be split. And so the alphabet has to be split. And we talked about there is a way that, you know, the supervisors of the checklist, it's electronic. And so when it gets checked off on one iPad, it's checked off on all the iPads. And so anyone can go to any check-in station. It's not all by, is that ringing a bell?
I think Jean
No,
brought that up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't think that would be the supervisors. I don't.
And it's the e-poll book, which is, I think you can sign up to be a test community. It is in a couple communities currently.
Then that's your question, Jeff?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. I would also just second what an amazing job you've done with our elections, and thank again everyone who worked on our elections this year.
Ditto.
Can I just follow up with one other quick question? Carol, you mentioned the Secretary of State has to initiate upgrading the voting machine.
Mm.
I mean, is it your opinion that we're at a place where that would be good for us to start that process?
Yeah, I
And
think
is that
so.
something
I
that
mean,
we, the board, do, or is that something that you do to kind of prod the Secretary of State?
I think you're talking,
I certainly am willing to reach out to them. I'm sorry, Neil.
I think you may be talking apples and oranges. I think Carol's saying that the current machine allowed by the Secretary of State to be used in New Hampshire is the one we have, and getting a new one of those doesn't necessarily improve the issues.
Right.
But there
Okay.
are other machines out there, if we were allowed to use them, that
Okay.
hopefully would improve that.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Never mind, Carol.
Thanks, Neil.
Anybody else? All right. Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Have a good rest of the night, folks.
Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We're 4 minutes behind schedule here. Next up, we have police animal control with Chief Pecora. Hi, Chief.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am well, thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. I'm trying to start the video. There we go. Good evening.
Hi.
Are you ready for me to start?
Take it away.
Okay, so we'll start with the police budget first. The Main change here, I think from last year, is with the overtime budget. That was reduced by the board back in July before our last meeting. So we are seeing a significant decrease in that. I could speak to that if the board wishes, or I can move on to other areas, but that is a decrease. The Social Security, line 220, Medicare, line 221, and the New Hampshire Retirement, line 230, are the significant drivers in this year's budget that have increased. So we move on. The remaining line items have remained the same as they were in the past. So I can explain them beyond what is already there for a description. But I believe the board is familiar with what the purpose and role of each of those line items are. So the only other line item where there is a change since July is line 635 under gasoline and oil. And we've decided to reduce that again to a lower amount as we're hoping the fuel rates remain low in the year ahead. But that's obviously something we have a hard time predicting, but is critical to the job performance that we're required to do. So I've worked with Neil in the past. If we do need to adjust that, if something comes up in the months ahead before town meeting, if we find out that there will be a significant spike in the rates, and we'll try to work with that. But as we move forward today, based on best guesses and some guidelines from the federal government, we're using that rate of 230, and hopefully we can stay below that.
All right, thank you. Stephen, I see you went off mute.
I did. Good eyes.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chief. Before you move on to animal control, could you just give us a little more information on the part-time officer wages, which is
Sure.
line 120?
So what I've tried to do to offset costs is utilize the part-timers. They are maxed out at 32 hours a week based on changes with the law and the legislature. However, with the current state of emergency, Governor Sununu has allowed them to work over the 32 hours that they were restricted to previously. So I have one part-timer who has committed to 32 hours a week. And this was done a few years ago to help fill in on vacations and training while officers are away covering those shifts.
And is the increase, what you estimate you're going to need from this additional part-time coverage for the year?
That's correct. And I believe in last year's budget, the number was not accurately depicting 32 hours a week. So moving forward, we do have starting January 1st, 32 hours a week for that individual.
Okay, and sorry to keep harping on this, but is it your sense that if we were to hire someone full-time and pay them all the benefits that would be associated with a full-time person, that we'd be spending more money than this increase for this part-time individual?
Certainly, we actually added the part-time individual because we have not added a staff member, a full-time position in over 20 years. Okay. So as the town continued to grow, we were being maxed out with calls and the demands. And so we added more to the part-time as we were able to find a part-timer who was able or willing to work. We utilized the part-time position to offset some of those costs.
And I guess I was asking in maybe not a very clear way, but what would be purely from a dollars and cents perspective, what would be cheaper for the town to do the part-time position as you've budgeted for, or to hire a full-time position?
Certainly the part-time, because you wouldn't be paying into the retirement costs.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, while we're still on this, Chief, well, first, let me thank you and the rest of your department for all of the work you do, keeping the town safe, and for what you've done on the wood bank.
Thank you.
In our consent agenda tonight, we just approved a grant for your department for roughly $13,000.
That's correct.
And I'm wondering, is that for additional services, or does that in effect pick up some of the costs of the services that you're projecting for in 2021?
So that is more focused on traffic enforcement, added patrols. We've reached out to the National Highway Traffic Safety Agency and the state of New Hampshire to try to receive more funding to help us patrol the roads, try to address distracted driving, speeding enforcement, impaired driving, and so forth. So that grant is being authorized through them for that purpose.
So that would be additional or incremental hours that the department will be working over what would normally have been the case.
Correct.
I see. Okay. Okay. And training is increasing quite a bit over through 10 months actual to date in this year. And could you just address that?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again? The training line,
Sure.
I don't believe did increase.
No, actual expense for training for the first 10 months of 2021 is about $2,100. And you're projecting spending over $10,000 in 2021. So I'm just wondering why the jump.
Sure. So in the description under line 150, we talk about 3.5 hours per officer per month. That's been a standard we've used as kind of a best practice moving forward. That is something that appears, although we've been doing it for quite some time, that the Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency are now suggesting that the 8 hours that was required for all certified officers a year of in-service training be bumped up to over 40 hours of in-service training per officer per year. So the training line item, the reason why part of that was not spent was because as our new director of the Standards and Training Council has made comments that unfortunately, as soon as he took over in March, he had to shut down the academy for several months. And then figure out what to do with the recruit class that was in there so that they could get certified. So a lot of classes that were supposed to be happening going back to March throughout the year did not occur. And typically middle of the year, they will send out an updated training schedule, which to date, they have not been able to due to the COVID restrictions. So we've been looking at alternative training resources outside of what we've been able to typically do in years past.
Okay, thinking about the COVID resources, does the department use much in the way of PPE? And is there sufficient amount in the budget from your belief?
Thank you for asking that question. Here we are in November. We were in quite a rough spot. So if I can just for a minute go off the budget here and just say how hard the people that I get to work with here in the police department have pushed since March without a lot of PPE, without a lot of people saying, do you have PPE? We did not shut the doors. We did not go on hiatus for a week. We had to continue answering the calls, the domestic calls, the car crashes, the 911 calls. And we were getting emails and fax on best practices that were changing by the hour, literally by the hour changing. as to what we needed to do. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate the staff I get to work with and how they have pushed through this beyond what we know is going on in the outside world to say they're going to come in here. We did not have a lot of PPE. We had, I think, an appropriate amount for about a week, given other types of disasters we may have to deal with, but certainly nothing that would have prepared us for the international pandemic. So we did struggle. I will say that several of our citizens donated quite heavily, as did McLean's, as did some other businesses as well, whether it was rubber gloves or hand sanitizers or spare masks that they had around their residence. And that made the difference, because I just found some paperwork when I was reaching out to the state for more PPE. This is dated May 20th of this year, and we were getting the notice that there are currently no N95s in stock. That was dated May 20th. So if you go back to March, you can imagine the day by day, hour by hour push that the staff here was going through without saying, sorry, but we're not going to respond, or give us a few weeks, we'll try to regroup and come up with a better plan. But they were beyond frugal, and I think that they've put forth a tremendous effort in dealing with not only the job requirements, but the COVID element. So I feel that we have PPE now, but that was not something that was easily to come by.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. And I think you've mentioned the points of pride that we should be looking at for another points of pride for this year. Thank you.
Be happy to give you their names personally. They all deserve tremendous accolades. They have been fantastic.
Please pass on.
Anything else on, and thank you for that, by the way, Chief, that was good to hear. And yeah, I know I speak for all of us when I say a heartfelt thank you for everything you're doing and everything your staff is doing. So anyone have anything else on this? Is next animal control? Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Did anyone want to talk about the overtime, or are we good moving past that?
Do you want to share anything on it?
Well, candidly, I thought it was a significant cut, but if we're good with that, we'll take that number and we'll go. But I will just advise that when we talked about this in the past with the boards and the budget committee, it was explained that the various purposes of the overtime is to cover costs associated with the investigations. And this is always a best guess. This is never a apocalyptic view of what may happen. And so we're trying to be reasonable as we plan for different types of cases that may come up. And so that has more to do with the timing of shift change. Again, I believe we're the only agency in the town that's running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days. So we can't tell an individual that has called for us that our shift is ending in 10 minutes. So that's the intent of what the overtime is for, in addition to covering some of those training costs of other officers, because the one part-timer is not going to cover that, or the time off that the other officers will take during the year. Also, we talked about it last year that the Department of Justice had cut funding for witnesses. Witness fees were cut. And so that was why we had added that in there to say we're no longer getting reimbursed on a lot of those. So I would have been happy to explain it in a previous meeting, but I know that the board has made their decision. And so I put that out there because this is not just a wish list, but this is something we spend quite a bit of time putting together and analyzing situations that we've had, including cost. And I will just say that in particular with that line item, we had spent over $16,000 a few years back.
And Chief, I'm sorry, I feel like I had a moment a real dense moment here looking at this. I was looking at the actuals for 18 and 19 and the budgeted for 20, forgetting that that was actually cut significantly in 20. Can you or Neil remind me what was cut?
$13,000.
So that line item had been 23
Correct.
past.
Correct.
Okay.
So in 2013, I know you're looking at a limited amount, but while I was here and working with the boards and the budget committee, we spent $15,059 in overtime. And that was a year when we were getting reimbursed for witness fees and court meetings. 2016, we had spent over $12,000. I even went back to 2010 when we spent $19,000. So again, looking at the current rates and costs, I put that out there so the board knows, again, that this is not just numbers being pulled out of the sky or wishes, but trying to prepare for, well, situations like the fatal accident we had or the untimely death that we had this morning at 7:30.
So to ask an obvious question, in an ideal world, would you have this number back up to 23,000, or is there something in the middle? Or, I mean, is 10 sounds like it's not sufficient?
I will work with whatever the board gives me. The description discusses that the overtime is based on 12 hours a week total, not per individual, 12 hours.
Wait, 12 hours a week total for the
of
whole.
Overtime to cover a week of vacation for someone, perhaps a week of training for another officer. That shift has to be filled, unlike the other departments that are shutting down or dealing with whatever calls come in. We are putting someone else out there to cover that shift. Well, that individual is not there. So as we look at 12 hours a week, I believe that was a fair amount to bring forward to the board in the past, an honest amount to say that that's reasonable. In fact, we would probably go over that some weeks, but then there are weeks when, fortunately, we won't have to use that.
I'm sorry. So are you saying 12 hours a week is reasonable?
Correct. That's what I had presented
Okay.
to the board in the past.
Gotcha.
And come up with a number based on the average of the hourly rates. So that was how we got to the 23,000. It was
So, I'm sorry if you guys can hear the background noise of children here. So is this a headache to manage under? I mean, it seems like we normally would do 23,000. Obviously this was a strange budget year and we cut it. But is this, like, we don't need to pile anything else on right now for you. And so I guess my question is, if we were to bump this up to what it was, that sounds like that would be ideal. Or at the very least, I know you mentioned one year it was 16,000. If we went up to somewhere closer to like 15 to 20, does that make your life a little bit easier in terms of not having to constantly manage to the overtime numbers? Because I know, like, obviously with overtime, there's wage and hour laws that govern all this. So you have limitations with what you can do if this is what's in your budget. So is that a fair assessment?
Yes, but it's never been my goal to spend every last penny of it.
Right.
In fact, it's been my goal to be fiscally responsible and return that money so that we don't have to. However, there are circumstances beyond our control. And so when you suggest the idea of a management nightmare, it's the impact that now puts on the staff so that they are now changing their schedules from a first shift to a midnight shift, from a day off to a day that they're forced to work. And it creates that type of working environment that we'll work under, but that also impacts the morale and how things operate here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that seems like something we need to address. So I don't know if we don't need to dwell on this unless others have thoughts or comments, or if this is a number we need to arrive at now, but I do think I would put a pin in this as
I just want to, because I don't think it's been clear, and I think it should be made clear. At 10,000, you're only at 5 hours a week overtime. Is that correct?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not the 12 that you were asking for. This is the equivalent of 5.
5 hours, correct.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that the 10,000 wasn't getting us the 12 hours.
I would suggest, in the interest of time, I agree, we put a pin in it for now, and I would also think that adjusting this number upward would probably be in the best interest of all involved. But in the interest of time and knowing what else we have ahead of us, we probably want to discuss this at another time, as long as nobody has additional questions.
Okay, well, thank for flagging that, Chief. I again had a momentary lapse here, so thanks for walking us through that and flagging the 5 hours versus 12 hours issue, Jeff. Okay, so we will definitely make a note on that item.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so moving on to, are we good to move on to animal control? Okay.
Okay, so the animal control budget is, well, first and foremost, it's offset by the Elatar Trust. The vast majority, actually, it's highlighted there in the left corner. Again, the reduction to this budget is under pest control. We took out that line this year. As you see the other lines that are listed over the past several years, we've continued to cut from that.
Okay. Any questions on animal control?
Chief, just so I understand, we're getting 7,350 from the Elatar Trust, but the budget is only 7,559.
Correct.
So they're giving us 112% of the request.
We're very fortunate to have it.
Yes, clearly.
Well, I think that does it for Chief Pecora, unless anyone has anything else. And I meant to ask / mention at the beginning, Chief, I hate to keep you or make you come back, but if you're willing to join.
Happy to do so.
All right, thank you. So I'm thinking we'll probably get to the mask ordinance. Hopefully, we're a little behind schedule here. I mean, I would think 7:30-ish at the earliest, but would love to have you join us and hear your thoughts on it. So,
Great, thank you.
all right, thanks for your
Do you have anything
presentation.
to discuss on emergency management?
Oh,
We skipped over that one.
oh, you're right.
Neil's talking, but he's muted.
It is a $1 budget.
I wanted to know, and I'll do it unmuted now, that Chief Pecora is the emergency management director, and that has been a tremendous amount of work in 2020.
Mhm.
And that budget is $1, and he does that as part of his police chief salary. So I just want to thank him here.
Thank you.
It has been, there were daily calls and probably more than one call a day because he's on lots of different ones way back in March when this started, and there's still a substantial amount of work that's going on. And I want to thank him for all the work he's done on that. It has left us as a town in a good position and is very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. But the truth is, Neil, who's probably too humble to address it, but he does a lot of the work, working with DHHS and getting all the facts, details from the billing and so forth for reimbursement. So I appreciate his time, but thank you very much for mentioning that.
If we spent $88,551 this year so far, why are we budgeting $1?
So that we can keep that fund open. Typically, the reason we have $1 is just basically for a revolving fund. This year is not the best example of what typically happens. It's just so that when there are emergency situations, for example, when we had the clinic a few years ago at the high school, hepatitis, we were rotating funds through that $1. So the 88 this year, I know, again, this is what Neil could speak to more of, which we have build out and put it through emergency management.
Okay, so
I just noted that it looks like it was put in the wrong line. This was not paid to the emergency management director. This
No,
is
it was not paid.
this is all.
I don't want the IRS coming. No, it was not paid.
This is
we
well,
had a discussion last time about, if we're spending money, we should be budgeting it. And I just admit, if this is all reimbursed and passed through, then that's fine.
yeah. And it is, and the board voted to allow that, so it is above and beyond budget in both cases.
Got it.
Circumstance.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. We'll see you a little later.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for everything. All right, we're on to Chief Yale, Ambulance and Fire. Hello, Chief.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Nice to see you all. Can't believe it's budgeting time again.
Seems like just yesterday we were having these conversations.
Yeah.
Are you starting us off with ambulance?
Sure. So
Okay.
I haven't done a lot to this budget this year. Similar to the police, one of the big drivers here is the New Hampshire retirement for our full-time staff. That went up $8,739. And the only other line item that I did put up was the 690 line, and that I put that up $2,000. That's our medical supplies, where I'm buying the majority of my PPE from. Similar to the police, we found ourselves in a lurch to start. Chief Pecora and I worked together daily on how we could acquire this PPE, because at the time it was really difficult. We couldn't even buy it. Thank God for the state surpluses that they were releasing, but we were ordering at the same time, and now we've got a pretty good supply. But at this, I'd like to echo some of the things that Chief Pecora said about PPE. We were reusing, we were looking for the best practices to disinfect N95 masks, which we are required to use. We get a lot of what we call a protocol 36 call, which means you meet the criteria for COVID, even though you don't have, a positive test at that point. But if you have a scratchy throat, a fever, any sort of the COVID symptoms, we were treating you like you were sick. And as he said, the protocols were changing daily. So the PPE was changing daily. We were sitting down here some nights at 10 o'clock at night, trying to see what we were going to wear for PPE tomorrow and how we were going to conserve it the best so that we could get through, because we were lucky at times to have 2 weeks ahead of what we projected, what we would be using. We didn't run into a lot of COVID last fall, but we are into it thick right now. Not only in Hopkinton, but in Warner especially. They have a extended care facility up there that was over 90% exposed. We had 4 transports that were confirmed positives in one day. So you can imagine some of the anxiety that causes some of the providers. But these guys have really been, we've had people on every shifts, and they're doing their job and keeping our town safe. So So I thought the $2,000 to medical supplies was a pretty necessary thing. Hopefully we can put that back down in the future as this subsides. I know there's a vaccine coming about, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have a lot of that for a while anyways. So I haven't even heard how they're going to distribute that. Those were the two line items that really that changed in the ambulance portion of the budget.
Okay, Chief, thank you for that, and thank you for everything you and your department is doing. I wanted to focus on the offsetting revenue box that's up on the screen at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, as far as Warner is concerned, do they pay a set percentage of your budget each year? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, I mean, we bill them $80,000. They pay the bill usually after they have their town meeting, and we bill their patients. Every patient we transfer to the hospital, we bill their insurance company. So, I mean, depending on the transport, that would vary.
So for the Warner specific piece, if your budget is going up 3%, should what Warner is charged go up comparable percentage?
We bill them on a 3-year average.
The two select boards negotiated a contract several years ago because there was nothing written. And it's based on a 3-year average call volume that the rates paid by Warner and Webster are determined.
And would 2020 be in that 3-year average?
It will be in 2021, yes.
Okay, so from what Chief just said about the additional calls in Warner because of COVID, would you anticipate that they'll be charged more than 80,000?
We don't know because there may have been less calls at other times a year when we will be doing that, figuring in the near future. But it's pretty close to that because it is the 3-year average, so it doesn't change dramatically each year.
And Webster is the same kind of formula?
It's exactly the same.
Okay.
It's kind of funny, Ken. As things shut down and people were home, I assumed that calls would pick up back in the beginning of March when they did that, and calls actually were down. We've caught up now, and we're actually probably a little bit ahead. But we had like a 4-week period where there was a couple of days the ambulance never even rolled, which is very, very unusual from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I heard the ambulance rolling a number of times today.
Yeah, I was out with it twice before I even got my bills to town hall this morning.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if it's based on a 3-year average, that's just the number of calls. What's the cost per call that we charge them? Is that how it's calculated, Neil?
No, it's based on the actual budget. So they pay a percentage of the budget as well as capital costs for the purchase of ambulance. I should share that with you, but it is a formula that's done that includes all that.
Okay, thanks.
And that is above and beyond every patient that's transported is also billed. So that's in there too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll turn the floor over.
Hey, Chief, I just wanted to ask to follow up kind of on what Chief Pecora was saying, to just ask you if the part-time and overtime expenditures in here, if you felt pretty comfortable about those numbers.
The part-time I feel pretty comfortable with. The overtime is one of those, we actually have been adjusting this for the past 3 or 4 years pretty well trying to keep the impact as low as possible. But as you can see, through October, my overtime expenses have already been nearly $50,000. Through October, I was 472 on my overtime, and a lot of that overtime is just actually for we work all the holidays. We're here 24/7, 365 days a year. So, and the full-time staff works 24-hour shifts. So when they work a holiday, they're getting paid time and a half for that period. So I know it's a large number, but it does disappear pretty quick. We cover 48 hours a week with our part-time. The advantage to that is when we do have somebody on vacation, a lot of times we can cover those shifts with part-time, which is far more reasonable than covering them all with overtime. So when you have a part-time, what we call them a per diem list, we keep people, most of the time we have people that are aspiring to be full-time in the service. So it's a lot of constant work and turnover to keep that list competent and coming along. And a lot of we actually hire a lot of our full-time in the past over right off of our part-time list. So they have a tryout per se, to make sure that they're a good fit here. Where it is such a small group, that's a really important thing to keep good and competent and people that are going to keep the harmony here in the station, make sure that they're workers. We've had a lot of our full-time personnel come through that part-time rank. So.
Okay, thank you.
And then I will touch on there is a training portion of the overtime, and similar to the police, the fire academy has been shut down for most of the year. So it's been difficult to do some of those classes. Some of the EMT classes that were going on early, they ended up finishing. They weren't in person; they were actually online. So we were able to get some of those in, and then we have refreshers are coming up. Those usually happen towards the end of the year, which mine got canceled. It was supposed to start on Thursday. So I'm actively looking for another class, but paramedics are 40 hours of continuing education every 2 years. And then for the AEMTs and EMTs, it's 20 hours. So, and we do training here monthly for 2 hours at a period and that's all part of their continuing education that they need to keep their license.
Thanks, Chief.
Is there any more on the ambulance? All right, we'll move to the fire portion of the budget. Again, the retirement, my wages come out of this, and the retirement for me went up $1,406 out of our control. I had a slight increase in the 345 computer software. Those are actual costs. The software that we track every call we're required to report to the fire academy or to the fire marshal's office. I'm sorry, every year. That went up slightly last year. So we're up to $4,552. Mutual aid dispatch, this is the largest line we have on this budget that doesn't have to do with personnel. This gets all our dispatching. We have a capital area mutual aid fire compact coordinator. He comes to all major incidents. He actually lives in Henniker, so we use his and reap his benefits far more than if we were further away, but he really coordinates with the 24 towns that, as far as with the compact that that we do. So I can give you some figures. Last year, there was a misbudgeting in that. So our actual costs were $63,780. And we paid $5,400,935, and we're up to $6,100 or $61,359 this year. So, and a lot of that portion of our increases, we had an 11.65% increase in our assessment in town. So the numbers are figured by your population, 50% and 50% by your assessment. So that was the big driver on our dispatch line. Another big increase this year was the 612 line, equipment and gear replacement. Our gear went up significantly this year. It's gone up to $2,900 per set from, I think it was right around $2,200 last year. We buy 3 sets a year, and those are actually going to, 2 of the sets this year are going to 2 new people full-time, and the other set would be we have one member that his gear went out of date this year. So we've just ordered that, do a lot of this work towards the end of the year so we don't front load our budget. And the last, my public relations is I put it back up to 1,000. It was, I think we put it up there last year, and that was one of the board reducted lines last year at the end. That's where we do a fire prevention and an open house, which we actually canceled this year due to COVID. So it's unfortunate. We really like to have people in the fire station from the town, as well as our fire prevention in the schools is usually a great time to get the message out to all the kids who end up being they're wonderful salespeople to our residents. You know, that we attract the children, and we usually get the message out for them to change their smoke detector batteries, which unfortunately this is the 3rd structure fire I just went to this past week. 2 souls lost their life, which probably would have been avoided if they had smoke detectors in their home. So I take that very seriously, and I think that's a great way to get that done. I hear a lot of feedback from them. As far as our building system maintenance, major driver in the increase on that line this year is the townwide fire extinguisher contract that I take care of. We have last year and this coming year, we've had a bunch of hydro tests, and we have some extinguishers we've actually had to change out. So it went from usually being around $1,500 a year, and we were just over 3,000. So I try to do some work with the actual vendor and to anticipate what we have this year coming up. And we added $1,500 to that line, so that, you know, after speaking with Neil, because we didn't have exact figures, and with what we came up with, that would put us back online to stay within budget in that line item. And those were my increases.
Chief, if you could go back to count 120, the part-time, and
Sure.
Just provide an explanation for why that is increasing so much compared to what year-to-date you have spent.
Part-time.
Paul?
Oh, actually, that's a great question. It had been $30,000 for a few years. To this year has been a pretty uncharacteristic year. We've had since the beginning of the year, we haven't had any structure fires. We had 2 small brush fires. In the past, we usually average around 5. I would call them major second alarm or more brush fires, which are very labor intensive, usually lasting on the average of 5 or more hours. No structure fires. Again, that's like all hands on deck for multiple hours. So we've been lucky enough not to have those. And generally the actual fire calls have been down, as well as we pay for training out of that. And we've only done a few in-house trainings this year due to COVID. We did do some outside stuff this summer where we could keep distanced, because we haven't really been doing a lot of inside training in the fire station.
Okay. The other area of question I have doesn't relate to your operating budget, but it's to what's going into the reserves, or proposed to go into the reserves for rescue equipment.
Sure.
Now, where we know that the rescue squad is, I guess, disbanded, have you had any opportunity to talk to them about if they have any equipment that would be useful to our department, to your department?
I have not. I heard they were going to donate it to another fire department. That was from one of my vendors in the that I've been using as far as to outfit the new fire truck.
Okay. In the past year, you had talked about applying for a grant to purchase some of the rescue equipment. Could you give us an update on that?
Yep. Before COVID, I was working on a grant, and I haven't gotten to that this year. I plan on getting right back on that now, to get an AFG grant from hopefully FEMA. That would be my goal for that, for rescue tools like Jaws of Life and spreaders and a ram.
But do I recall correctly that you had some of that equipment donated by a different department?
Yeah, we got some equipment to get us by that that they actually had that was like, I think it was 17 years old. They took it out of service, and they were going to actually just discard it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still working. It was actually in really good shape.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions? All right. How's the PPE situation now, Chief? Is it more consistent?
It's actually pretty good. We're able to get stuff. I have a pretty decent supply of N95, surgical masks, surgical gowns. We have gotten some new disinfecting equipment for the ambulance, because when if we have an actual suspected or a confirmed case of COVID, the ambulance has to go through a real rigorous disinfecting, and to make sure that it's safe for the next run. Taking around 40 minutes right at the hospital. So we were able to get one electrostatic gun from the school. They were generous enough to let us use one of those. And then the state actually ended up giving every ambulance service in the state one of those as well. So that's worked out pretty well. I don't know if you've ever heard or seen of them, but that actually it actually charges all the with electrons, and it charges all the particles of spray that actually kills the COVID virus and the flu and everything else. And when you spray it, it actually will get up underneath things that you would even have a hard time wiping down. So we do a complete wipe down, and then we spray that within 15 minutes. We're like 99.9%. We've killed all the COVID. So
What's that called again? An electro?
It's an electrostatic sprayer.
Electrostatic sprayer.
Yep.
Huh. All right. Well, if everybody's good, we won't keep you. And thank you for your time tonight and everything you're doing.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to address you.
All right. Have a good night.
You as well.
Okay. So that brings us to transfer station with Dan Blanchette and I believe the Webster Select Board.
Yes.
Everyone hear me?
Hi, Dan.
Dan,
Howdy.
Thanks for joining us.
No problem. I don't know why I don't have a picture, but
Dana, do you know if Chris is on? Is Chris?
I don't see Chris yet. No.
Okay.
I see Dave.
There is someone named Chris on. Would that be her?
Oh, well,
It very well could be.
it very well could be.
We'll soon see.
Ah, there it is.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
joining us.
Well, thanks for having us. So you can't see me though, correct?
Can't see you. No.
Okay, I'm not sure what the problem is, but you're not missing much. Oh, okay, here I am.
And
Is Dee expecting to join us as well?
who's the other person?
That would be Dee.
Yeah, Dee should be
Blake?
there.
Yeah, she has the sign-on information.
She comes.
Okay,
Well,
are you
everybody
ready?
situated. I just want to say I really appreciated seeing your budgeting spreadsheets. I like the way they were laid out. Have to try and copy that.
Happy to send them to you.
You're making me look bad, Neil.
Remember, I've been here a long time now.
Oh, okay. I'll hang on that.
Well, the ones we've had haven't come from Dana yet. They've just been from the departments. So
Mm.
okay.
Dee is on.
It's on. Dee?
Yes, I am. Here I am.
Okay, good.
perfect. And we hear you well too, Dee.
Oh, good.
So is Dan, are you, oh, good. Here we go.
I'm ready when you are.
All right.
So in the interest of time, I'll just go over the increases. Instead of going over everything, then I'll take whatever questions you have. So the first increase we have is in the alarm system for the transfer station. You'll notice a large increase that we've spent year to date so far. That's due to the remodeling of the office that was going on. They had to come in, move wires, move boxes and stuff while we were in the process of remodeling the main office. So I've increased it to $500 to cover the monitoring costs and for them to come over and test it once a year to make sure everything is okay. If there's any trouble with the system, it's obviously going to add more cost, but we've been doing okay with the $250 for a few years, and we'll just have to see how it goes, how it trends. Computer software, we've been trending over what we're spending, so I've increased that to $3,000 to keep up with the software demands of the scale and everything else that's over there. Trash transport and disposal. We are up for a new contract with Waste Management. We are looking for other sources because they are going up significantly in the next 5 years. I believe, can't remember the exact number. I think it was 81 or $89 a ton. It was 81. And then every 5 years consecutive after that is going to go up another $5,000 a year.
Hmm.
So that's why we're at the 231,000
Wow.
we're asking for. That's to cover the cost. Oh, excuse me, it was 83.70 a ton for next year. From what I've been told, we're actually paying less than other towns, so I don't know if we're going to get a break. We are currently working on that, trying to get some numbers from other companies, and so we'll have to stay in touch. Demolition tipping fees. We have already gone over budget, and there is several more loads that need to go out, and there will be some more by the end of the year. We figure this is due to COVID, everyone home, everyone's been cleaning their house, bringing all their stuff in. We will be able to recoup some of the costs, and hopefully Webster can look into if they've got any of the money from the government. It should cover some of the costs of this due to COVID. So I am increasing that to 60,000 because we're getting close to that every year. And we always have demolition left over. We have to hold or try to hold back until January and then let it go. Well, it puts you further into a hole every year. So I'm trying to increase that to cover the amount that's coming in. Equipment rental has gone up quite a bit. That is due to electronic disposals. We can no longer dispose of tires in the hopper with the trash a little at a time. They will not accept them at all anymore. And we will get charged a lot of money if they find them in there. So we had to hire a company to come in and remove them themselves. Uniforms and safety equipment, I've increased that because the staff over there was not where they need to be to cover their clothing allowance and uniforms. So I've increased that to make sure they're well equipped to handle the trash that's coming in there. Just another note, there's still a ton of maintenance that needs to be done over at that transfer station. The loading ramp, I just told Neil today that I got to fix it now. It is separating and it's pushing away from its base, and eventually it's just going to keep pushing. I don't think it'll last the winter, and the blocks will fall over and they'll have no way to load the trailers. So I'm going to have to fix that now, so we don't get messed up this winter. And that's pretty much all I have for the transfer station.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay, this is Chris from the Select Board, Webster. Do people pay a fee when they dump off tires?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and do those fees in any way help to offset the ultimate fate of those tires?
I believe it goes back into the general. You have to ask Neil to be sure, but I think it goes back in the general fund for the whole transfer station itself.
Okay.
And we're also looking at some of the tipping fees that we're charging are not matching the cost to get rid of it. So we're trying to adjust that so everything balances out.
My second question was about all the boats that I've been seeing over there.
Yeah, they have to pay for those.
Okay.
Even though they go in the regular trash in the trailers, they still have to pay for those. It's over 400 pounds.
And so how do they pay for them? How is that fee set?
It's set by the cost to get rid of trash. So they have to get weighed up because they're over. everyone's entitled to under 400 pounds once a day, once a week. And if you bring in over that amount, over 400 pounds, you get charged the tipping fee. It costs the towns to dispose of that. So they end up paying for those.
Okay. Okay.
May I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
I didn't see what the bottom line of the budget was, and do I understand it correctly that Webster's portion is 25%?
Yes, I believe it's 25%, and department proposed for 2021, we're at 609,696.
Okay. Okay.
And
Sorry,
then
I need new glasses, apparently.
the revenue is also shared also, so.
Okay.
So
I see the offsetting, yeah.
Dan, because you were, I'm sure, expecting some questions from me, this is Ken. Looking at the offsetting revenues, you're recognizing transfer station, commercial, and recycling receipts. If we pull those out of the 609 annual budget, we're down to about 450,000. So if Webster's picking up a quarter of that, shouldn't they be picking up 112,000, not 95?
There are other revenues involved.
That are not listed as offsetting revenue?
Yes, there's a formula as it's figured out. So we could get you that, but when Deb figured these, that's what they figured in.
Okay, now did that increase from last year?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
We're going to do revenues later, so we can look at that.
Okay, and yeah, and I understand that. It's just that the Webster board is here.
And interested.
Hey, Ken?
Yes.
Can you tell me the source of your numbers again?
There's a box at the.
Yeah, but are you taking that 300 plus?
No.
Offsetting revenue away from the 609 proposal?
No, I am taking away from the 609 the transfer station, commercial, and recycling receipts to get to 450, and then I was taking a quarter of that.
Got it.
So here are the revenues, which is 25%. Year to date this year is at 53. That's that will probably come closer. So it should figure out pretty closely. We can check it again, but that's when we ran it through the formula. This is what we came up with. Question is
I'd appreciate, Neil, just understanding the formula, because obviously there's something I don't know that's in that formula.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, on that same, it looked like the revenues, the Webster portion that was budgeted decreased from last year. And if the overall budget's going up, it would make sense that the Webster portion would also go up, right?
Looking at the actuals, though, it may have been that it was over. It turned out to be over budget.
Okay.
The actuals through 10 months are over $80,000.
believe somebody has a TV going, unmuted.
I wonder if you can hear my.
Was it?
Okay, I didn't have anything else. Thank you, Dan. Or Neil.
Dave Hemingway, Select Board Webster. Question is regarding the recycling. How has that been turning out, and have we seen any issues with getting buyers for that, or is that expected to be fairly standard going forward the way it is?
We deal with NRRA, and they find the buyers and stuff for us. It is the recycling, the amount that we're getting declines pretty much every year. So we'll keep going on until it's going to cost more for us to process it than it would be to put it in the hopper. And at that point, the two towns will have to decide what they want to do. Right now, we're okay. We're not great, but we're just okay.
And so that, I guess, will figure into a capital, not the immediate budget, but maybe this is not the time for this. If so, please let me know. But I saw mentioned the projects that we're wanting to be constructed and rehabilitated for the next couple of years as we're going through our CIP.
Yep.
If there's a better time to discuss this, please let me know. Otherwise, please feel free.
I'm fine as long as everyone else is. When I first took over, I was going to ask for a horizontal baler. We've already taken that out because the recycling is not there. But when it comes down to it, the recycling building itself it's if we're going to keep recycling, I need the building because the building's falling apart. So someone's going to have to make the decision and we have our CIP committee to keep moving forward or not.
Here is the transfer station capital projects. I think there's no changes this year from what it's been the last couple of years. That's helpful.
Yeah, so when we were looking at this with our CIP, we noticed that there were multiple large projects coming, or large expenditures coming within the next couple years. Let me quickly look down yours here, but we were wondering if that was something where all of the timings were pretty much set and required, or if any of them were able to be spread out over time, et cetera, for the way that we were trying to look at it and budget it with our CIP. I believe it was the multiple trailers, trailer each of 2 years, for example, if those were able to be spread out any further or not, and that sort of thing. If you want to touch on usage, et cetera.
I would rather not. We have a very good CIP program on vehicles / equipment, and we've found that when you vary from it, it costs you more in the long run. The most you may be able to push it out a year, depending on the condition of the trailer. The year before it's due to go, you could look at it then and make a decision. But as far as trying to make a decision now, I'd rather not, because you don't know what another year or two is going to bring. As far as the recycling building goes, that's a huge expense in 2024, but we've got 3.5 years to check that out. So we get to 2023 and recycling still on a downward trend, then we'll see how the building is and we'll make a decision from there. It's my job to put it in there. The building is deteriorating. There's nothing been done to it since the transfer station was built. As with a lot of things over the transfer station, hence the reason we're in the predicament we are in now, where the $10,000 for the office renovation wasn't nearly enough to cover it. And we're just gonna have to do a little at a time to try to make the building acceptable.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, this is Steven.
Dan, oh, I'm sorry.
Getting back to the tires in the hopper, is there any signage up or anything that's directing people that they should no longer be putting tires in there? Just so we
People are never allowed to throw them directly in.
Okay.
They had to set them aside, and the attendees would throw them in, because at one point they'd only allow like 5 tires at a time per trailer.
Okay.
So they'd have them set aside, throw them in as the attendees saw fit.
Okay. Thank you.
So am I understanding now at this point, Neil, that Webster, we don't have a firm, a number to go by in terms of what our percentage is going to be?
I think that's pretty close, but we will send you a number this week.
Okay.
I'll have them review it and send you a firm number.
Okay. Dan, it might be really helpful if, at least for myself, if you could take an hour and show me some of these things around the transfer station. Would you have the time for that?
Either myself or Jolene could, yes.
Okay. Yeah, we did there were a group of us a year ago that did a little tour of the site, but we didn't get to see the poor condition of the recycling building.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be really interested to see exactly what's going on there, and so that I understand it better. And then in terms of the stump, what happens to all those stumps?
We hire a person to come in with a stump grinder.
Oh.
They grind them out and they take the wood chips.
Oh, okay. So it really pays for itself then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So just whenever you're ready, just call Jolene at the station.
Okay.
And she'll get a hold of me, and if I can meet up, I'm over there with you.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the Webster folk?
Before you all go, I see the head of our waste reduction committee's hand is up, Bonnie. I just wanted to see if she had something germane to this conversation to add, or if it can wait just before you all go. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi. Am I unmuted here?
We hear you.
If we could go back to Neil, can you share the sheet on revenue? I was looking at the pay by bag revenues, and it looked like there was a wild variation from a couple years ago. I'm just interested to understand that better.
Sure, that's actually separate from Webster.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe are we set with Webster folks, or we can come back to this too, Bonnie? I just don't want to keep them unnecessarily.
Thank you. Dana, Dave, Dee, any questions?
Thank you very much.
No.
All right. It's a pleasure having you with us.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Have a wonderful evening.
Do we still have? Oh, okay. Bonnie's hand is up again.
Okay, I'll start again. I should have brought this up while Webster was still here, but interested to hear about the possibility of having an overall policy discussion. We're talking a lot about how our costs continue to go up, but we never talk about specific ways that we can get our costs to go down in terms of waste reduction. And one thing that we hear over and over and over again from NRRA and from the New England Zero Waste Coalition is if you can get food waste out of your hopper, you can save 1/4 to 1/3 of the tonnage. 1/3 being on the high end, 1/4 being more normal. That's a lot of money. My understanding of the way that the Refuse Disposal Committee works and the Waste Reduction Committee works is we would need to talk about this as a policy direction for the transfer station. How could we get that discussion going? There are 2 ways to get rid of food waste. One is to set up an on-site composting system at our own transfer station. Another way that Kristen Cummings, our committee, is researching is to have people bring food scraps to the transfer station. We collect them and then a composting company comes and collects them off-site. How would we begin a discussion about reducing some of our costs through projects like that?
Well, I think probably is best to, I'm getting weird feedback, sorry. I think it's best if you started with the select board, unless Neil or Dan, you have other thoughts on that.
I would think they'd come up with at least a conceptual plan and then bring it. But those 2 committees would be the one to bring forth some ideas, I would think.
Are there any scheduled meetings of the Hopkinton Webster Refuse Disposal Committee where we could do some sort of conceptual plan and discussion?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know who's on.
I haven't heard of, they usually call me when they want to meet. No one's reached out to me since COVID hit.
Yeah, but who's they? I thought you were they. I thought you and Rich Houston, Frank Weeks.
I'm the director of public works. I'm technically go to the committee, but I'm really not the committee.
Okay, so it's Rich, Frank Weeks, and myself then.
Yeah.
Bonnie, why don't we connect, because I think it's a worthy discussion, certainly. But why don't we connect offline so that, because we have a lot to get through with budget still and other issues. So if that's all right with you.
Do you want to do the pay by bag discussion offline as well? Sharing the sheet on that?
Neil, is there?
Well, we're scheduled to do all the revenues later. If you want to that, we can, but.
So Bonnie, it was just, you noted a variation, you said?
It looked like between a couple of years, we went from an income of 70,000 to 32,000 and then budgeted the next year for 80,000. And I just didn't understand the numbers.
Do we have a number for year to date on that or not?
Well, this is the money that's transferred. This doesn't have anything to do with how much goes in. So it all depends what was budgeted, and 90 was budgeted in 2020, and that will be transferred. It hasn't been transferred yet.
I don't understand what that means.
With the actual use of the bags, how many bags are purchased and.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested to know is what is the revenue that we're actually getting from the bags?
And that's not part of this.
Doesn't it offset the expenses of the transfer station budget? Because Ken, I remember you proposed to take money out of that. I think that was at town meeting. Here.
you want a full explanation? What would you like to do?
I don't see the sheet, so I can't really say anything.
So you're asking Bonnie what the actual purchase of green bags was for 2020?
I guess it's part of a larger discussion about how do we offset the expense for a transfer station. And my understanding was the plan was we sell green bags. The revenue from the green bags goes towards expenses at the transfer station, and it reduces the amount that goes into the hopper. But in the fleeting glance of the sheet, it looked like one year we had revenue or expense offset of 70,000, and then the next year it was 32,000. I don't see the sheet, so I can't really speak to it directly, but I'm just, our plan for reducing expenses and keeping expenses down doesn't appear to be functional.
So I'll do. So the pay by bag fund money comes in 1 year, it's appropriated the following year. Some of that is used to purchase bags, and the rest goes to offset expenses at the transfer station. It was fairly consistently around 70, 75. In 2019, I think we had more expense for the bags, so that it was slightly less. I think we ended up probably purchasing bags twice, so we couldn't do that, but we had money still in that fund, and the board decided to transfer $90,000 from that fund in 2020, and we're estimating we should be able to transfer 80 in 2021. That doesn't give an accounting of everything that comes in, but we can certainly do that. We have that information. It's just not on this sheet because this is the operating budget.
Neil, if you could go back to the transfer station account where it shows offsetting revenue, that box. I believe it was page 66. Yes. Bonnie, there, that shows that what we're projecting for offsetting revenue for 2021 would be $80,000, and that 80,000 would all be applied against just Hopkinton's share of the costs of the transfer station, if that helps answer your question.
Somewhat. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bonnie. We can feel free to follow up with me if you want to talk about this more, and definitely we can connect on the food disposal issue too, and try to figure out who are the right people to have those conversations. All right. So Dan, we're on to admin.
Administration. Okay. So first increase, actually the only increase that I put in, aside from the wages and stuff like that, is the uniform service. So I am projected to spend over $11,000 in uniforms this year. I think that's a little ridiculous. So the highway buildings and grounds crew decided that we could go back to a clothing stipend for halfway of 2021 and then moving forward, and that would put us at $8,000 a year. So we're actually dropping $3,000. I'm asking for $11,000 next year because I have to finish out the year, the contract that we have with the uniform company. So moving forward, next year, we should be down to around $8,000. And that's all I got for increases.
Dan, can you talk about the part-time DPW wages?
Yes, I said we could take that out. We could not find anyone last winter to do the sidewalks and stuff after the guy we had got done 2 weeks before for a snowstorm. But moving forward, I need to get someone back in here to help with mostly the buildings and grounds side of things, and the highway department from time to time.
And can you, I don't know if you can recall this, but it looks like the number jumped around a good bit from 2018 to 2019. Went down from 31,000 in 2018 to about 15 in 2019.
We did a lot of restructuring within the buildings and grounds and highway department and with cleaning people and stuff like that. So that, correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, but I think that's why that number jumped around so much.
I think we had a hard time filling the position.
Yeah, that and I think correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, but I think the buildings and grounds wages and stuff came out of their own budget instead of the public works umbrella. So we just tried to make it more transparent with all the employees under the administration as well. So the numbers have been jumping around for a year or two there.
I think in 14, we lost our custodian because there were months that we were all cleaning our own buildings and before we went to the contracted service after that.
Yeah.
I think that's one reason 2019 was as low as it was.
And we are not getting a cleaning person anymore. I actually made a list and the guys are doing it once a week. Some of the buildings and grounds kind of wants another full-time position, and I am not fighting it. I'm just not 100% convinced we need another full-time position yet. But it may be come to that in the future.
You are currently like actively seeking another part-time for.
Yes. I really need another full-time person for the summer months, starting in around April and ending somewhere around the 1st of December-ish. It's hard in the winter. Try to make sure everyone's got something to do if it's not snowing. And we can't go out, and a lot of times we can't cut, if we get too much snow, we can't go cut brush when we're trying to walk over 3-foot snowbanks.
So Dan, would you say that really overtime is driven by how many times you and the crew have to go out to plow or sand or salt?
90% of the overtime is winter related.
Mm-hmm.
There are times in the summer where we need overtime because pavers are in, or a job takes longer than expected and we have to close get a road open back up. So there is times during the summer, but probably 85 to 90% of it is winter driven.
And I bet you have no idea what this winter is going to bring.
If I could tell that, I would be a little better off. I can tell you we won't run out of sand.
I've seen the size of that mountain you have there.
Just building off what Ken was just saying, does it make any sense? I mean, if you're talking about it like a half year position, you're saying April to like, extra hours during the summer, and then you're doing so much winter overtime. Does it make any sense to have one additional full-time employee doing both of those things?
Well, it's hard because if I sent someone home so they didn't get the overtime, then they're going to get angry.
Okay. So it figures into the overall equation, sort of counting on the overtime for the winter.
Yes. And we've restructured once again. So the new building maintenance person, Scott, will be doing the sidewalks.
That's great.
So that's going to help tremendously.
Okay.
And then not too many years ago, we contracted that out. So
correct.
And for overtime, we use 15%. I learned that a long time ago. I don't know how. Somebody I worked with had done a full. It always seems to work out that 15% of the full-time salary works out to be the winter or the year-round overtime. So that's been pretty close to that. So I think that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, I think the years that I've been doing this, we haven't gone over. We're usually pretty good. I don't want to go over. I really don't.
Are we good to move on to streets and highway?
Bear with me one second. Okay, streets and highways increases. It's not really an increase. We were supposed to be at 370,000 for 2020. So that's why I put it back up to that for 2021. The board agreed in 2016 for a 5% increase every year. I'm just asking that gets put back in. Tree services. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, an emerald ash borer. They have decimated the ash trees in the state, and we are no exception. I had one of my guys, just one guy going around, so I know he missed some, but there are 120 dead trees right now that the highway department cannot take down. It needs to be hired out. So do the math, $500 to $1,000 a tree times 120. $10,000 doesn't even cut it, but I didn't want to seem greedy. So the next increase, culverts and catch basins. I'm hoping to get to Briar Hill next year and start the rebuilding of the road process away from Weaver Brothers, just trying to stay out of their way. The Hopkinen End is a mixture of steel and concrete culverts. And the steel has to come out. The concrete can stay, but the steel has to come out. And some of the catch basins are rotted from salt. So I need that money to start working on that. And as you see, year to date, I've spent $9,600 on just a normal year, not expecting a lot of culverts, and we had quite a few. Guardrails, really isn't an increase. I just would like that money back in there. It's to fix small portions of guardrail. If I need it. That was in there in 2018 and I would like it back. The next is crushed gravel. I really need more gravel to do more work. The pile is very low right now. If I have a bad mud season, I will deplete my pile in less than probably 3 days. This line also buys crushed stone to help with the mud season. And that's what I had for increases.
Dan, could you just explain where you're getting sand now and why it's showing up as a zero expense so far in 2020?
That's because we just did the sand less than a month ago. And so when these budget sheets were done, that was not calculated in. That's the difference. And I am getting our sand from Fred Hill, who has a pit over on Poverty Plains in Warner.
Okay.
Moving forward, I was contacted by John Herrick, who has supposedly a lot of sand on his property. He is 50 cents more per yard to buy it, but he said he would supply the loader, the second loader that we need to process the sand, and it's a lot shorter haul, so it's saving fuel. It would actually be cheaper in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, I have a question.
Yep.
All those ash trees. Do you think that it's realistic to get to all 120 of them in 1 year?
No.
So do you think that that money can be spread out over a couple of years? Budget half for next year, however many, budget half for next year and half for the following year?
Well, I was just hoping for the 10,000 to get at the worst ones now and just start working on the list. I've been doing this, trying to give the tree companies a little bit of money at the end of the year to cut as many as they can with the money that I give them.
So what's the total estimate that you think needs to be spent to get to all of them?
It's really hard to say. The $500 to $1,000 per tree is just a very rough estimate. Some trees actually need a crane, which you're looking at around $5,000 a day just for the crane to come in. And in a day, a crane can take from 1 to 3 trees down. So
yeah,
it's very hard to put a number to, unless I bring a tree company around and have them give me an estimate on all the trees at once.
Mm-hmm.
I just try to prioritize the trees in worst shape. That's all. That's all I can do.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
Dan, would those trees have any value to loggers?
No, these are dead trees.
Mm-hmm.
You can chip them, but that's about it. We had 2 on our property we had to take down.
We've had some homeowners call and they've ended up taking the trees down themselves because I didn't know when I was going to get to them. Love to help them out. I mean, they're on the town right away side, but I just can't.
Yeah.
Are we good to move on to the well and then sewer?
I'm ready if you are.
Anna, it looked like you.
Well, no, this is my jam. I love I love streets and highways. But I guess maybe another time, again, in the interest of time, maybe another time we can talk about like how things have gone this year for you, Dan, and what you've been able to get to. We got that list from you last year of like the $8 million of outstanding work. Maybe we could talk at some point about how it's been going this year in this budget cycle and your anticipation about next budget cycle and what you might be able to knock off the list.
Mm-hmm. Just give me a call and I'll meet with you whenever you want.
Have to contend with some children if we do it that way, but that's fine. We can move on. Thank you.
You said community well was next?
That's what I have on my list here. Yeah.
Okay, this one's very easy. The only increase was the wages. That increased because the 2 hours a week was not sufficient to do everything he needed to do as far as testing and hydrant flushing, stuff like that. So we went from 2 hours a week to 3.
Dan, did
sorry, 3 to 4.
Okay. Dan, if you could refresh my memory, a number of years ago, we went from having the service contracted out to, in effect, being done in-house as a way to save money. When I'm looking back at the actuals for 2018 and 19, it doesn't look like we're saving money.
Well, I can tell you the service that we were getting was not there. The service that's there now is way better. I actually did that well before I took this position and had that thing running streamlined. And the other company came in and they shut off pH panels on the wall. Half the stuff wasn't working. We had gotten bad hits on stuff. So in my opinion, if even if we aren't saving money, it's well worth it.
Okay, well, thank you. That's important to know.
I would just note, it looks like professional services in 2018 were 10,644, which is, and that was 3 years ago or 4 years ago compared to this. So we're only a little above that. So my guess is we're not really losing money by doing it this way and getting better service.
I can appreciate and accept Dan's answer, right? I disagree with you, Neil, though, when I look at 2019.
I'm looking at 2018, which was the year we used that fully. So
okay.
It's 10,644. So it's pretty close to what the expense is this year. It was a little less, but 4 years ago.
Okay. Why don't we move on?
Where are we at? Sewer. Okay. Overtime wages. Needs to go up. This is to cover weekend testing of the sewer plant. And any bad breaks and stuff that require him to work overtime. Professional services. The sewer plant is getting old. Once again, lack of maintenance is catching up to us. So we've increased this $5,000 to the professional services to have people come in and fix the older equipment. We need to, in the future, look at getting a new generator for the treatment plant, which is right near the highway department. They are having a hard time finding parts to fix the generator when it breaks. And I can foresee in the near future that them not getting parts to fix it. And we need to have that generator functioning. Testing has gone up quite a bit. We needed to be compliant with the discharge permit. So monitoring wells had to be placed around the sewer lagoons so they could start monitoring the water for seepage from the lagoons itself. So this requires a whole lot more testing to be done every year. So hence the testing numbers have gone up. Travels and meals has gone down. Sam thinks he can do it for $700 next year. And the mileage reimbursement rate is now null and void because they have the old town pickup. Conferences and training. He has not spent any money out of that line because of COVID, and he has to do the training for next year. So it's a little bit more to cover all of his training in 1 year. Normally it's a 2-year cycle for the training for water and sewer. Equipment replacement. Like I said, the facility is getting old, and we have some chlorine pumps and stuff they're aging. They're breaking down frequently, and this is to cover the cost of that. Gas and oil, we've taken that $100 out. There's no need of it on the town side, so we've taken it out. And we've adjusted his safety equipment and clothing line to reflect his clothing costs when he spills chlorine and stuff like that on his clothes. And he had no safety equipment there. So that is all that I can see on the increases.
So Dan, if I understand correctly, that amount will be paid by the users as opposed to by the town itself. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, last year we talked about that the users should also be paying in a proportion of the costs for sludge removal and sewer equipment in the CRF. Has the committee, the sewer committee, met and determined a new rate structure so they can provide revenue to cover some of those costs by the users?
I have not been asked to go to any sewer committee meeting, so I don't know.
Neil, do you know anything about that?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. As I said last year when we had discussion about this, I think that the users should be also paying a fair share of the sludge removal as opposed to everybody in town having to pay 100% of that. That's all I had there.
Could we, Neil, could we get, I mean, that seems like we should have a little more information on that if we can get it. I mean, could we try to check in with the sewer committee and find out when they're going to meet and ask them to take that up?
Sure. I don't think they've met since COVID.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anything else for Dan? Is that the end of your list, Dan?
It is not.
Oh, no. Okay.
I have buildings and grounds left.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Ken, I better not hear anything from you. Because there are no increases in the buildings and grounds side.
I was going to ask why there weren't further decreases. No, thank you, Dan.
All right. Well, that was
Neil, are you doing the solid waste landfill one?
Yes,
Okay.
I can do that right this moment.
You usually get all the numbers. I don't even never see them. So
Yeah. That's not it. Yeah. Oh, this is the engineering fees for the landfill monitoring and all of that, and hazardous waste day. So the engineering fees are going up. They're estimated up. These fluctuate largely because different reports and tests have to be done depending on the year. If it's a permit renewal year, it will be higher than other years. So that's why you see some fluctuation there.
So Neil, the footnote under engineering fees is a grand total of 35,000. Does that apply to 2020 or 2021?
It's 36.
That's what I blank.
That was that didn't get updated, I guess.
Has any kind of an analysis been done on if it makes sense to have the hazardous waste aid? Do enough of Hopkinton residents take advantage of that?
by the phone calls and emails that I got, I would say yes.
Although I think it may be worth looking at to see how that's done. I had a couple calls that people said by the time they got there, they weren't still taking waste, which is a concern. So we may want to look at that.
We pay a flat fee, let's say for the day, as opposed to the number of residents from our town that drop off things.
Yes, but I believe they track it by town, so it is applied to Hopkinton residents.
Thank you.
Oh, and we were skipping around. Actually, the increase is because the added PFAS testing.
So anyone else have issues on solid waste landfill? Does Dan also cover street lighting?
No, he does not.
Okay, so now are you free, Dan? Can we release you?
I would much appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you as always. I know we ask a lot of you and your team. So we appreciate it. And thanks for coming.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks,
Y'all have a
Dan.
good night.
Yeah.
So Neil, we just have government building, street lighting, and revenues left? Is that right?
That is correct.
Would people be okay if we took like a really quick break for water refills and such, and then we can plow through the end of the budget and then go right into the mask ordinance discussion? People okay with that? Okay. All right. We'll be back in a couple minutes then.
Open this when it's later, when you're done.
Okay.
Camera out in the pillow.
What?
Is the camera on the big pillow up there? Yeah. Okay.
Ken, are you back and just muted? I don't want to start without Ken since this is his favorite.
I heard that.
Okay. So, Neil, what's up first? Government buildings?
Government buildings. So you'll see some fluctuation here. This is, if you'll remember, this was a new budget we created last year, not new expenses, but a new budget to track what we are spending on our buildings. So some categories were broken out and we may have broken them out incorrectly, but so, which is why I think this year is a much more accurate year because we have a full year of allocating to these very specific accounts. So I'll just walk through telephones, internet line, and the alarm line at the Bates building. We were thinking we did not budget for a full year because we weren't thinking it was going to be there for a full year. I have budgeted for a full year for next year. Town hall, most of the others are electricity. A few are up, a few are down. Trying to get them more accurate to where they really are. Highlight clearly the Slusher Center electricity is a little all over the place or lower this year because of the because it's not being used. Recreation properties, we must have allocated this incorrectly. That covers like the skating lights and the lights for all the restrooms and things like that. So we clearly misbudgeted it on this one. I think when we separated it from the Slusher Center, we must have misallocated. I'm not sure quite how. The good thing is the oil price is down. We've added to track by the gallons just to keep better track to make sure we're on. We've budgeted for $2 throughout, all the way down. So the price of oil helps a lot. Propane at the Slusher Center, that covers the stove and the fireplace in the living room. What else? Are there any other major changes? Water and sewer, the percentages look higher, but they're smaller increases. They're not huge increases dollar wise. Cleaning, we have at the town hall, for example, doubled the amount we were doing given where we're at, and we budgeted that again. We put the Slusher Center back where it was. We haven't been paying for that at this point, but we'll see. We are anticipating paying for that next year. Building repairs covers all the sort of odds and ends things that happen to the buildings, and custodial supplies are just that, the supplies we buy for each toilet paper, paper towels, all of that type of thing. So this turns out, because with those things, to be a fairly substantial percentage increase. But I think it's an accurate reflection of where we're at. Some of it is replacing what we took out.
Okay. So Neil, I guess the first question is, for this budget, you're assuming the Slusher Center is open as usual, as usually a year ago, for all 12 months.
Yeah. At this point where I was budgeting, I did. We can look at that and see. I think it will at least be open some. It won't be as closed as much as it has been this year, certainly.
I certainly hope you're right. Okay. And you're using $2 for the price of heating oil. What's our current contract price?
I think we're at 169 through July 1.
And for the telephone for the Bates Building,
Yes.
where we only have the one election in this year, does that have, do they still need the telephone for all 12 months?
Well, it's largely their internet line, and yes, because anytime they have to be able to connect to Hava.
But would they even have to be working much at all after, say, April?
Well, certainly not as much. I suppose you could turn their internet off and they would have to go somewhere else. But there is ongoing work they have to do to keep. They meet a few times a year, and they have to keep the system up to date.
For a few times a year, is there a more cost-effective way to provide internet there when they're meeting?
I suppose we could look at a hotspot or something that was more temporary.
Right, that's what I was thinking of.
But they definitely when they work need internet access because the whole Hava system is internet based.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I don't want to take it away from them. I just don't want to pay for 365 days a year if we can go with a much cheaper and as efficient an approach. Okay, thank you. That's all I had on this section.
Nothing there. We'll go to street lighting, which is pretty. There's a slight increase here. This is it's $195 a month for the 7 streetlights that the town has. Both precincts also have streetlights that they pay for. So most of the streetlights in town are paid for by the precincts. And if nothing there, then we go to revenues, which are a little harder to estimate this year than usual, I would say. Basically, land use change tax, we would estimate to stay the same, as well as yield tax, payment in lieu of taxes, we figured, and I would expect interest to stay the same. The good thing is motor vehicles seems to be on a steady increase. I think this is a pretty safe number there, the 13. Other licenses are down, partly because we haven't done just because everything was closed down but I would anticipate that we'll be back at where we normally are. The state fees are the ones that you saw Carol presented in her budget, and this is the offsetting revenue. That's strictly a pass-through. Let's see. Municipal aid, that was a 2-year revenue sharing from the state. That is, I am sure, gone. We've used both years, so I'm not anticipating that. Both room and meals and highway block grant, I've estimated 20% below what we received this year, not knowing where the state is, but in looking at what other municipalities are doing, this is kind of in the middle of what they're doing. Some think there'll be bigger cuts. Others aren't cutting it at all. They're assuming it will stay where it is. Flood control will stay basically where it is. Other revenues from the state are the grants, like the police grant that is involved in the paperwork that you saw that you asked Chief Pecora about. Planning board fees, as Karen had said when she was here, they're up. The planning board has had a busy year, and we're anticipating it may not be as busy, but busier than it's been than it was back in a few years ago. Same with zoning board, copies, building permits. We kind of looked at where that was at. We expect it to stay at a good level. Ambulance charges are up. Webster ambulance share and Warner ambulance share, we've budgeted in here the same. We'll have those exact figures as we have the call numbers. We expect intercepts to stay the same. That's when our paramedics meet another ambulance. We are paid for that to provide that type of service. Police reports, sewer fees. This is the offset from sewer fees as well as the precinct's half of the employee we share. We've already talked about Webster Transfer Station. We're going to look at that one more time, give you some more detail. Transfer Station commercial is up based on increased fees and the costs going up. Recycling receipts are considerably down from where they were at one point, but we think they'll stay fairly level as to where they are at that lower level that they're at now. Pay by bag, we've talked about that already. Municipal property, we've been doing very well with our checking interest. I anticipate doing even better next year, given that we'll be doing a bond, so there'll be some added, won't necessarily be checking account, but will be added interest coming in as we have that money. Rents are figured for the full year. I guess we left it kind of where we were, not knowing where Bates Building was going. And miscellaneous revenue jumped back up to where it was pre-COVID. The library contributes $15,000, and we had estimated this year that would be half of that. So that's where that change comes from. And in a nutshell, so unfortunately, we're anticipating revenues to be down about $48,000. Most of that is due to unknown state revenue that will be coming in. And I know Ken will have questions here because revenues are his favorite.
It's much better to get. It's much better to get more revenues than have to cut expenses. But I agree with you, Neil, in terms of what we may be getting from the state. And for the benefit of the rest of the board, that's about $140,000 reduction in revenues is what that turns out to be, as an estimate. One thing that I told you, Neil, I was going to ask about, if you didn't address it first, was why the fund balance at the end of 2019 was so much higher than we had anticipated previously.
Yeah, I think there were a number of factors in there, and we'll bring that back. I'm working with the auditors to find that out exactly. We always estimate it, but there's some reason that went up higher than we expected. So, and I just want to review it and make sure it's clear in my mind.
And where I talked about Webster and Warner revenues previously, I guess the only other thing I have to ask about is sale of town property. Are there other properties that we could sell this year?
I would anticipate that there will be some tax deeded properties by then. That process got waylaid because the deeding process couldn't happen during COVID. So, but those we don't know well enough. I wouldn't really dare budget for that.
Okay. Okay, now, my screen just went blank. Is that on my end?
I think unfortunately, yes.
Oh, great. Okay, well, I was finished asking Neil questions, so I'll play around and try to get back on or the video.
We can see you, Ken.
Oh,
Yeah. Yes,
Oh.
I see you and hear you. Now you're-
okay. All right. Well, then I won't play around. I can't see anybody else, but
Huh.
It'll come back.
okay. I think this happened last week too.
Neil, do you mind? I'll jump in while Ken resets, I assume. Do you mind jumping up to the Bates building? I guess I just wanted to point out that.
There we go.
Right, so this could possibly change just because of our situation with renting to the arts people right now. But I think I have to remember. I can't remember exactly what we talked about with them, but that we were going to agree to our current arrangement until town meeting when we could potentially put to vote a long-term lease. Although I'm not sure. I think we discussed upping the rent a little bit with them. But anyway, I just wanted to flag that could change the rental of Bates. And I don't think that we're going to be discussing the sale of it this year, unless it comes by petition warrant articles, since 2 years in a row, it has been voted to not be sold. So I just want to put that out there. And for clarity, we can't enter into anything other than a month-to-month lease really on that building without town meeting approval. So that was another key element I wanted to point out there. Anyone else have questions or comments?
Well, I also just am taking all of this stuff into account on balance and thinking about the tough situation that we're going to be in for next year, because we cut so much going into this year, and we're having to almost like leapfrog from last year to next year with all of the reductions that we made to try to keep things low for this year, and then couple that with the reduction in revenue from the state and the tax cuts that are coming. It's a double whammy. It's going to hurt. So we're not to that part of the discussion yet, but I'm just cognizant of that and need to raise that now that it's going to be a tricky balance this year. And it's unfortunate, but we're not getting a little bit more assistance from the state end.
Did you say we're not getting more assistance?
Unfortunate that we're not.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tough time to be pushing further down onto municipalities, but here we are. All right. Oh, I see. Oh, I saw a hand. Anything else on the budget issues? Okay. So that brings us to our one other item, which is the mask ordinance. So I was going to just lay out what I was thinking for our discussion and make sure everyone agrees. So I would like to just make a few comments on why we're here and why now, and give sort of a brief overview of what's being proposed and address a few concerns I've seen raised, and then open it up to the board. And I think Chief Pecora is with us, maybe he's back, but he kindly offered to weigh in on this as well, which I think will be super helpful. And then depending on where the board lands, then we can walk through the ordinance language itself. And just a comment on process. So apologies to everyone who didn't anticipate attending our budget work sessions, but we are on sort of a tight time frame with considering the ordinance if we want to move with any sort of speed, because if we do move forward with it, there's a requirement to have a public hearing on the actual ordinance. Hello, Chief. Thanks for joining us once again. So we would have to, if we do decide to move forward with an ordinance, we would have to properly notice an additional public hearing for the ordinance. And I think the earliest we can do that is Monday, November 30th, but we can look at the dates. But in any event, we have to hold that hearing. So we're looking at December before we even have anything through if we do move in that direction. So anyway, that's just a comment on why why we have this on a night when we have so many other budget issues to discuss. It's just sort of how it happened. So is everyone okay with that plan? Okay. So I don't think I'll bring up the language yet because that will be distracting. Okay, so I just want to, if you'll indulge me, give some background on why we're here and why now. So quick overview on what we're proposing. So this would be a mask ordinance that covers basically all businesses in town where they're open to the public. So to be very clear, we're not talking about outside space. We're not talking about town trails. We're not talking about sidewalks. So we're looking at an ordinance that would look very similar to the many ordinances that have passed in New Hampshire. So it's pretty straightforward. Oh, and also as drafted, there is a medical exception. I just want to flag that. And I'll talk about that more in a little bit too, but I think that was a concern for some people. So if we, I think we'll get to actually talking about the language much more, assuming everyone wants to move forward with this. So that's just a quick sort of broad strokes overview of what we're considering. So in terms of why we're here, why now, there's a few things, unfortunately. One is just numbers. So some of you might recall we previously discussed an ordinance, I think like 2 months ago. And at the time, we didn't think it was necessary given where New Hampshire was with our COVID numbers. And unfortunately, especially in the last couple of weeks, things have really skyrocketed in a pretty alarming way, I'd say. I think the entire, every county is now in the orange zone, which is substantial community spread. And notably, the state has stopped its contact tracing program for the most part, with a few exceptions. And the reason they did that is the spread is so substantial that contact tracing is no longer an effective way of identifying and breaking the chains of transmission. So I think that sort of speaks volumes. So unlike a couple of months ago, we're just in a different place in terms of reality and in terms of the numbers. And I think Chief Yale, I noted, said, in the spring was one thing, and now we're really back in the thick of it. So it really sort of puts it into stark relief thinking about our first responders and police officers and the fire department, dealing with this situation too. So that brings me to the next big issue, which is public health. And we know the numbers are going up dramatically. We also know that wearing a mask is one of the easiest and best ways to prevent transmission of COVID and to help minimize the spread if people need to be out and about and around other people. And there's clear consensus among credible public health experts that masks should be worn as a way to protect not only yourself, but others around you. And so I don't think the public health issue is really up for debate at this point. So despite the fact that it seems like most people in town, I think, do wear masks when they're out and about, and especially when they're going into stores, but I regularly hear from people that they're seeing folks at various places in town not wearing masks. And so this creates risks for everyone who's around them in whatever establishment it is. And the select board is tasked with overseeing the public health of this town. And in the absence of a statewide mask mandate, and I would note New Hampshire is the only state in New England and the Northeast without a mandate. And in fact, I think we're now at a point where more states have mask mandates than don't. So in the absence of state leadership, or not state leadership, I'm sorry, in the absence of a statewide mandate, it's incumbent upon local boards to do what they can to protect the community. So I think a mask ordinance accomplishes a few things. It helps slow the spread of COVID. And this in turn not only helps people in town, but it will hopefully mean that businesses and schools can stay open. And hopefully we won't have to go back to where we were in the spring when a lot of folks were completely shut down. So I think that's one thing, keeping town open as much as possible. Two, I think it sends a clear, strong message that the expectation is that masks will be worn in stores. And this is related to number three, which is it takes the guesswork out of the whole situation for stores and businesses. So instead of debating whether or not to require masks, now we have a clear, consistent message on this, which is they are required for all customers. So I just think it's a really easy, practical thing we can do to help the community. So anyway, that's sort of the background on why we're here and why now. So I just want to address a few concerns I've heard raised both when we previously considered an ordinance and more recently. So the first issue is enforcement. And I'd love to hear from the chief as well. We've talked about it a little bit. I think this is probably the most complicated part of the discussion. And obviously we'll discuss this more when we get into the actual language of the ordinance. But I see this, you know, I think it's sort of similar to like a speeding ticket or a parking ticket in that you would likely have a warning and then a small fine, and then like a parking ticket, if you don't pay the fine, then it sort of goes from there. I will say there was quite a range at the ordinances I looked at. Concord was like, I think a warning and then $15, and another town was no warning and immediately $100. So I think we have to figure out where we land on that. But I think Concord does a nice job of explaining, you know, the purposes for the mandate. And part of what they say around enforcement is the purpose is to educate folks. So the point of this is not to be like, you know, catching people in gotcha moments. It's really to educate people about why a mask is important and why it needs to be worn. And I think if we, you know, if we are able to give masks to stores to keep up front, there are some people who might walk up to the entrance and be like, oh, I forgot it in my car. Other people might be like, oh, convenient, I will just put it on. Not a big deal. So the hope is that we would not have situations escalating. That is the hope. And I kind of think about the election as sort of like a small example of this. Masks were required, they were provided, and there was an exception for folks who for whatever reason couldn't wear a mask, and it actually worked really, really well. So definitely need to hash that one out more, but I don't think that the fact that enforcement is complicated and difficult is a reason to not move forward with an ordinance. So the next issue I want to touch on is sort of this generalized civil liberties argument. So I think, you know, the short answer to anyone making a civil liberties argument is that governing bodies routinely pass laws and regulate behavior or business operations to advance the goals of health and safety. This happens all the time. And we have, you know, there are tons of examples, but we have seatbelt laws, you can't text and drive, you can't drink and drive. In the context of businesses, restaurants are regularly inspected by the health department. So making regulations for the public good and public safety is part of living in community and a civil society. And I think the bottom line is protecting public health is clearly a legitimate and public and compelling interest. And if you think of balancing the rights of an individual with the public good, I really think this is a no-brainer. We're not asking much of the individual. It's almost, and you can't really measure the burden. It's really just not a burden, but the benefit for the community and the public good is so clear here that I really just think that there's no question on the sort of burden benefit scale. And the final thing I want to mention is exceptions. So the draft currently has a medical exception piece. And so the hope is that this would capture anyone who has any sort of medical reason, whether it's physical health or emotional health or mental health, whatever it may be, that there would be an exception for them. And I actually talked to the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence on this, and they felt a generalized medical exception is sufficient to cover folks for whom wearing a mask might be difficult or traumatizing, or triggering. So, again, I think we can talk more about the exceptions, but I just want to put it out there that that is in the current draft. So anyway, I've been going on for quite a while here, so I will wrap it up, but I just want to finish by saying, I want everyone to keep in mind that the goal behind this ordinance is to do what is best for the community. That is what we as a board are tasked with doing. We are tasked with overseeing the public health. We are tasked with doing what we think is best for the town of Hopkinton. And I think wearing a mask is easy and it's a practical way to help stop the spread of COVID. And I really think this board would be remiss if we did not take action at this moment. So thank you for indulging me on that. And I don't know if anyone else wants to make comments before we have Chief Pecora weigh in here. Okay, so Chief, if you would be willing, would love to hear your thoughts on the enforcement piece of this. I know we've talked briefly about it, but just concerns or ways you think that we can make this work. Would love to hear your perspective.
So lots of comments on the budget, but nothing. So I'll speak on this. So we did speak briefly on this, and I will say that I've reached out to several business owners in town, and I've talked to a lot of people in town. And I do believe that the enforcement part, to your point, is what has people very concerned. And I guess my mindset on this is a little bit different in regards to the law, if you will, getting involved in people's personal life. These masks, as we've talked about in the past, that are now readily available, that were not available 3 months ago, are so easy to put on. This is something that I will spend more time tonight brushing my teeth than putting on a mask and taking on a mask. It's the easiest thing that we can do to help the community. And I don't know, I'm not the medical expert here to say all the benefits and all the resources that the CDC has put out there. I really can't speak to that. But I know that if we can do this for someone else, that's really the angle I want to come from, as opposed to the enforcement part. But I'm asking everyone out there to do it for someone else. Don't do it for yourself. Don't do it in fear of the law, in fear of being fined or having to go to court, but do it for the person you'd hold the door open for. You're doing that to help them. You're doing that when we see someone broken down on the side of the road in the middle of a snowstorm to say, hey, are you okay? We're doing it for someone else. So the individuals that really have a problem with the ordinance, I think, or are concerned with some of the ideas surrounding the ordinance are more focused on their individual freedoms. And I completely understand that, and I respect that. And I think the challenge part of the enforcement is what we're looking at. So I'm asking people, and I'm asking the businesses to spin it a little bit differently and say, you're not doing it for you, you're doing it for the other person. Try to do this for someone else to help them, maybe someone that doesn't have the immune system that you have. but to try to do this so that we might be able to get over this hump here. We don't know how long it's going to be. And that's the other thing I'd ask the board to consider. This is a lot for people, even though it's easy. It's something we can do. This isn't like asking people to run a mile every morning. It's just putting on a mask and making them available. But maybe it might help if we give people a light at the end of the tunnel. And my thought on this, it brought me back to when the board discussed the OHRV club using Pine Street a couple of years ago, when the club had approached the board and said, can we do this? And the board said, we'll try it. We'll try it for a period of time. And then when the season ended, the board then decided if they were going to make that part of the permanent order. That's familiar to anyone on the board. But I think that's going to help. And I think that's going to get a lot more buy-in from the community members that are on the fence by saying, maybe we're going to put this into effect and then we'll reassess at the end of the year or after the new year. And people say, well, okay, now I see that I can do this. It's not going to go on for years and years, but maybe I'll do this for someone else's sake. Not necessarily because I believe in it or I want to do it, but I'm going to do it because that's what I do to help people. That's how we act and that's what we do here. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. I know there's some questions about the language. I have some questions on that, but I was hoping we could work through that in the days ahead, or if that's something we have to iron out tonight. But I certainly have concerns over where we're going to actually draw the line as to what constitutes a covering, because certainly I think there's a lot of good faith efforts, and that's all we're asking people. We're going from folks that have never worn a mask yet this year to putting something on, and if they're covering up, is that going to be sufficient for us, and where do we stand as the governing body? So I'm happy to discuss any of those factors with the board members or continue on my little rant here. But I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate the passion of keeping other people protected. And that's what I've tried to explain to a lot of people. This is easy. We can do this. This is not the hardest thing we're going to have to do. And I certainly don't want to have to spend the town's time going through something that's so easy. If we can get past hey, we're just going to do it. Not necessarily because we agree with it, but because it's just something that's in the interest of everyone else. And so if we can get buy-in through that approach, I think we're going to be able to be even more successful in keeping the numbers down.
So I wanted to first thank you, Brainy, for introducing this tonight. And I think you hit on a lot of really relevant points. And I also want to thank you, Chief, for the input about thinking of other people and messaging it the right way. I personally, I think this is something that the town should go forward with, talking about procedure earlier, Brainy, and try to get to a place where we can have some language that we put up for a public hearing at the end of November, hopefully. But I agree that, there are some parts of it that we probably need to work through and think about and get public input on. And I think that's what the purpose of tonight's discussion is for. Chief, I wanted to ask you just about trying or envisioning enforcing this in terms of manpower and what that will take. Can you just speak to that a little bit? Because that's something that it's on my mind. What is this going to mean for the police department to respond to these calls? If you have to enforce, how long is that going to take for your officers to do whatever documentation they need to do? I'd be curious to know kind of what you think about what that's going to look like.
So really quickly, because I think those are all excellent questions that need to be answered, but I'm not sure. I think we might be putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, because I think we actually need to look at the enforcement language to answer that question, if that's fair. Maybe we should pull up Neil, are you able to pull up the?
I'd really like to hear what the chief has to say about how this is going to go down. I mean,
Yeah, I would like to hear that
when he made
too.
his let me finish, please, Sabrina. When he made his budget presentation, he said that he put on a part-time person because they were maxed out on calls. Now, I can see this generating 50 or 100 calls a day. And how's that going to be handled? It's not in the budget, I can guarantee you that.
I'd like to hear the chief answer as well. And so go ahead, chief. But my point was simply, I'm not sure we can get deep into that discussion if we haven't even looked at what is currently being presented. So anyway, go ahead, chief.
Okay, well, I can't predict, obviously, what we're going to have. I don't know how much buy-in we're going to get from the community. And I think part of this is all in our delivery. So how I envision this happening is more people calling watchdogs, if you will. Once it passes to say he or she isn't wearing a mask, and then how's that going to impact us? Well, the one officer that may be on could be on the other side of town, and we'll have to respond over there, whether that person's there. I think this will, to your point, get to the enforcement as to who will be doing the enforcement. If it's the health officer, if it's the police department, if there's other elements. But ultimately, before we get there, I'd like to see how the town we have 2 weeks, and let's see what the town's going to do, knowing that this is there. This is on the horizon. This is something we're going to have to discuss in the weeks ahead. And I'm asking the people not so much about the enforcement. I really don't think that we're going to succeed long-term, we, the community, if it's the fear of the law. It's the hand of the law that's getting involved. So I'm not asking them do it or else. I'm asking people to collectively be the community, just like we are when we see people doing the wrong thing and we say, hey, knock it off. Or, hey, you need to put on a mask. I think that's the community effort that keeps the integrity of this town at the high level it is.
And I agree with that, Chief. The problem is that we're a highway-oriented town. And, you know, a third of the cars in downtown Kentucky on any given weekend aren't from New Hampshire. And so you get somebody pulling off the highway to go to Mr. Mike's to get gas, and they try to go inside, and the 16-year-old clerk says, hey, you can't be in here. I'm sorry, you don't have a mask. You know, you're going to get the call, or there's going to be a confrontation. And, you know, we know what that's like. And so that's I have the people in town are not my concern at all. The people from out of town are my concern. And I don't think it's a good use of your time, and I don't think it's a good use of Neil's time.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure, I can't speak for Mr. Mike's, but I know where you're coming from. But I believe most of the businesses in town are requiring it. And if anyone knows differently, please let me know. But I believe the vast majority of them are requiring people that before they come in that they have to wear one. And they haven't called us yet to say someone's not complying.
Because they don't, and again, my understanding is they all suggest them, nobody requires them. For customers, employees all have to have them, as far as I know.
Chief, thank you for your approach on how to explain this, and I'm supportive of a mask ordinance. I think the devil is in the details, obviously. Thinking on what Jeff's concern was, people coming off the highway. I assume that they are coming from other states where there are mask ordinances, or from Concord where there is one. So in that sense, how much enforcement would be necessary if they have to do it at home anyway?
I really can't predict that. I mean, we don't know. And I think the business owners would be a better source of feedback on that, knowing what their trends are and what they're seeing. But I was under the impression that the vast majority of businesses, restaurants, and so forth are requiring people to wear them. And we have not been called yet for someone refusing to put on a mask going inside a business if the business has the sign out there. But I absolutely understand the point of, I was thinking more locally that, you know, this is what we do as a community. And I understand that it's the outsider coming in, but I go back a month ago when we had the road race, the half marathon in town. There was a gentleman from New York, and he actually covered his nose and his mouth with his hand. And he said, "I'm sorry, I don't have a mask on." I said, "We don't have a mask ordinance here." So to your point, I think a lot of these other communities have it, and I just haven't met the opposition. I think the opposition may come more locally from people saying, "I'm not going to," not necessarily a guest who's coming by, because again, where these are now readily available, that was not the case 3 months ago, and it's much harder. So if the town's willing to supply all the businesses in town with masks so that they can offer people, as we were discussing earlier in the initial part of this, saying that if we offer that and people say, "I forgot it in the car," and then put it on, I don't foresee that being the challenge. But I do understand the fact that could we get called there because someone's watching an individual not wearing a mask, and potentially that's going to happen, and that could come in massive numbers. And part of that, I think, is helping people see that this is not going to go through necessarily till March or April, but having the board kind of set a deadline so that we'll be able to navigate through this, and it becomes more of a regular part of what we're doing as a community.
Thank you. Anecdotally, back in the election on November 3rd, both Sabrina and I were working outside for anybody that did not want to wear a mask to go in to vote. And there were very few people that came to vote with us.
But I think if I may, I won't speak for him, but Mr. Donahoe's point is that it's the outsiders, it's not the people in town.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that even that day there was some question of, what will constitute a mask, and are we allowed to wear other items? Will a bandana suffice? Maybe a face shield? And that's where I think the language of the ordinance, we really want to be careful, because I think if there's a good faith effort, then we're going in the right direction, as opposed to a hard and fast, this is the rule, and now if you don't comply with it, we're going to be facing, hate to say it, the long arm of the law. I don't think we're going to get far with that approach.
Right. And that's why I initially said the devil's in the details.
Yes.
Well, I have two quick things. One is that I think in our proposal, the police are not necessarily always the first call, right? There are health officers and designated health officers that maybe we need to get into the meat of this, but it's not always gonna result in a call to the police. Hopefully that's a very much a last resort. And I think too, on the enforcement piece, at any given moment, we have only maybe 2 officers on, and there are laws and ordinances for many, many other things, like speed limits, like someone wearing a shirt and shoes in a restaurant that may or may not be being abided by. And, we're not worried about those things not being enforced because we don't have the police power to do it. So I do think that the enforcement issue is, while I don't discount at all that it could in some circumstances be tricky, I just think that it's not necessarily a reason why not to pursue a certain measure that we believe is in the best interest of public health. And I do appreciate very much the point of view that you expressed, that we're doing this for each other because we are a caring community, because we love our town. We want our children to stay in-person school as much as they can. We want our businesses to remain open as much as they can. And because we're not in a state that is requiring masks across the state, we have to do our little part in our little town to be as safe as we can. So I really appreciate that, thinking about that we're doing this as a community. We need to do this one small thing which, as you say, is less onerous than brushing our teeth. This one small thing so that we don't have to have larger consequences, you know, in a month or 2 months or 3 months. I mean, we hit the very grim milestone of 500 people dead today from COVID-19 in New Hampshire. That's pretty sobering. Numbers are rising, even in our own town, numbers are rising. We have more active cases now than ever. I believe we have 20 active cases today. So I appreciate the perspective, but I do think that enforcement is a bit not necessarily where we need to be hung up. There are ways to address those issues. I think that will not preclude adopting an ordinance in the best interest of our community.
I would also just add that I know Concord, they put in, their enforcement section, the goal is to first educate and possibly go to like a warning, and in their FAQ for retail establishments, what to do with non-compliance, they say to call the business line of the Concord PD. So I don't know how that's working out. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's risen to the level of being in the news. I would hope, again, I just want to repeat that, like, I echo and appreciate what you said, Chief. It's about the community, and it's not like this is intended to be some, like, now we can be like, gotcha to each other. I mean, that's not the point. Obviously, I think we need to work out what escalation would look like, if anything. But I do think it's important to remember that this also provides clarity. So it may be true that most stores in town require masks, but it also puts it on the stores to try to enforce this. And I just think that, like, it adds clarity and consistency. And so it's us saying, everyone across the board in town has to wear masks. It's no longer a burden on the stores to have to make that decision and decide if that's the right thing or not. So anyway, Chief, I just want to ask you, is it fair to say that, okay, I don't know how to word this exactly. Do you think enforcement and the fact that it's complicated is a reason for us to not move forward with an ordinance? Or do you think that we can come to a place where we can make it work for hopefully you and the department and the rest of the community?
We will make it work. I don't think it's a matter of being complicated so much as it is there will be different expectations. When people hear the word ordinance, I think that's where their concern is. Now the law is coming. And obviously, as you have said, the Attorney General himself has said that the first step is education, and allowing people to understand where it is we're coming from, so that the people that are most concerned with everyone wearing a mask, calling the police department, perhaps to say this individual isn't wearing a mask, understands that we're not going to rush down there with the blue lights and the siren and cite them, but obviously try to educate them to get greater buy-in from the community. So I think there's many layers to it, but it's also the public as a whole having the understanding of how this would roll out once this moves forward, what we're going to do, and how that will be brought about, that we get better support from people in the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Does anyone else on the board want to make comments or ask Chief Pecora a question? Because I was thinking next we would open up public comment before deciding if we're moving on and looking at the actual language. We good? Okay. So Chief, I don't want to keep you all night. If you're willing to stay, I think that's great. But don't, I mean, you have been super helpful, and thank you for weighing in. So feel free to go.
Thank you. I will happily stay tuned in to know what direction we're going in. But thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Oh, we appreciate hearing your perspective. All right, so if people want to speak, you can either raise your hand. I don't see any phone numbers, so it seems like everybody should be able to raise their hand. Okay, so I will just, Neil, do you want to just pull people over in order that they're showing up?
You're muted, by the way, Neil.
So if you could just say your name, because some people don't have full names on here, that would be helpful before you speak. I see Paul.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Paul. Can you just tell us your name?
Paul Hebert.
Thank you.
I'm glad that I was able to stay up this late for this. A couple of key concerns that I have with approaching this ordinance. We kept mentioning numbers, but failed to mention a single one, especially for Hopkinton. I know this was brought up on a previous agenda as well some time back. You know, there's 18 cases actually for Hopkinton right now, which is a third of 1%. There's a population density of 132 per square mile in Hopkinton versus 778 per square mile in Concord. So to compare ourselves to Concord is somewhat ludicrous by those metrics. There's zero evidence that Hopkinton has a problem caused by non-mask use. Enforcement, it's unenforceable. Calls to police would be massive. Resources taken away would be massive. It takes away from time of actual safety needs. People are doing fine on their own. Chief Pecora said himself, it's about public education. Others have said it's about public education. So perhaps a public education campaign instead of an ordinance that imposes penalizes people and takes away valuable resources that can be used in other parts of the town would be a better path to take than to go straight to an ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And I would just add, for clarity, we did actually pass a resolution, I think 2 months ago. It went largely unnoticed. And anyway, I did want to point that out, that we're not just jumping to an ordinance. We have previously discussed this and did pass a resolution. So thank you for your comments. Next, I see Greg Sagris.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, as most of you know, I own the Dunkin' Donuts in town, so I believe I'm one of the targets of this. We do hear a lot of complaints sometimes around town. A lot of my questions, it's a lot to digest tonight, but first off, I wish we would have gotten to the ordinance first before open discussion, because I'm wondering who the onus is on, because you mentioned a few times it takes the stress off of the business owners in town, but what do you expect our employees to do if someone comes in without a mask on and doesn't want to put one on, or perhaps might have one of those triggering events that you mentioned before, and it wouldn't be our place to ask them about their health or history or reasons for not wanting to wear one. So I'm just trying to see how you think this makes anything easier for us in a town where we really don't have it that bad going off at start.
Okay, thanks for the comments. I think that does get to the question of process and what the process would be. I mean, like I've said before, I would hope that most people would be reasonable about this, and either once they were asked to put on a mask, especially if it's provided, they would then do so. But you know, beyond that, the hope is to not escalate. And I think we're going to have to iron that out in the language of what the process would be for store owners.
I think that would help make it a lot easier for us to understand what's going on before we really try to ask too many questions about it, to see how it directly impacts each of our businesses in town. And more specifically, if we're not there and we're relying on 16 or 18-year-old kids to enforce them, I don't want to put anyone in a difficult position if someone really doesn't want to put a mask on, but also would refuse to leave, which we have seen happen in some of our other restaurants where there are mandates.
I was just going to ask you, Greg, do you have other stores in other towns that do have mandates?
Yep, I have Grantham, Lebanon, and Enfield all have mandates. Enfield with fines. I also have restaurants in Vermont that have mandates. And across the board, there are often people that really don't want to follow this. And unfortunately, in some of these towns, I don't have drive-throughs where we can, push them towards the drive-through. So it's kind of try to serve them quickly and politely and get them out of there. But it's not anything I pay my employees to do to try to kick someone out of a restaurant if they don't want to put a mask on. And I would never want to put my employees in that position.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for your perspective.
Thank you for listening.
Next, I see Rebecca Whitley.
Hi there, this is Becky Whitley, 59 Turnberry Lane. I just want to thank the board and the chair for bringing forth this ordinance. And, I think in times like this where we are all having to make really hard decisions related to public health, I just am, really proud of the board for showing real leadership here in the absence of a lack of leadership from our governor, frankly, who, should be looking out for the entire state and not having to put local boards in this position. So I appreciate and respect the difficulties that you folks are dealing with, and I applaud your leadership in bringing forth this mask ordinance. In particular, as a parent, my kiddo is in school just a couple days a week now. I wish it was 5 days a week. I am grateful that he is there 2 to 3 days a week. And I would just hate for that to go away in the next few weeks. And I think that's my biggest fear as these numbers continue to rise in our wonderful little town, that our kiddos won't be able to go back to school. And so I just really think this ordinance will go a long way to support the community in keeping our kiddos in school. So I thank you for that. And I thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Becky. Really quickly, I see Norm's hand is up. There are a few questions in the chat. I'm happy to address some of them. So I just wanted to let the people know who are in the Q&A. We'll try to get to those, but Norm, you're up next. Hi.
I didn't want to be on video, but that's fine. I want to say thank you to the the select board for great budget presentation tonight. It's budget season, yay! But to everyone that came forward with their budget, thank you, and thank you for bringing this, for a discussion for the town. I appreciate the chief's comments, Greg's comments, and everyone's comments on this matter. And you're not going to make everyone happy. But I want to give you a little bit of perspective from where I am, as a community member, what I've seen over the last 2 months. We talked about educating the community and giving the businesses the opportunity to say, hey, we want to have a mask policy on our door. And it was very frustrating because I'm thinking, let's educate the community and say, if you want people to come into your business and you want them to wear a mask, a lot of us know how to read, correct? And I honestly, I respect that. And I would sit there and I'd bring my child in, into a restaurant or to anywhere, and they would say, wear a mask policy, and people would just ignore it. And I think a lot of it for me was denial, and I think, our chief I agree with him where he says, we got to try to work with the community first. And we've tried that. And we're still trying to educate them, but we look at the facts, we're at 20 cases now. And I'm looking at the future and I'm thinking, what's coming up next week, guys? Thanksgiving, right? That's the next big gathering we're going to have. And so when you look at the cases moving forward, they're only going to keep getting higher. And we try to educate people in Hopkinton to wear a mask going into the business, and people aren't doing it. I would like to try and find a way to work with them without doing an ordinance, but we tried that 2 months ago. I hope that we can come to a resolution so we can help people in our local businesses. Because to be quite honest with you, I've asked them flat out, why are you servicing them, without a mask on? And they said they don't want to lose the business. They flat out have said that. They're like, we're going through a public health crisis where we need this business and we do not want to turn away customers. And I get that. And I see Greg's point where he doesn't want to put a 16, 17-year-old in a position where there's people who have gotten upset, in a situation where it's uncomfortable for them. You don't know what they're carrying, you don't know what they have, you don't know what type of mental state they're in. I appreciate the discussion that the select board has brought up tonight. I do believe it's important you guys do move forward to have this in an open public hearing, because I think it's important that it gets out there, it gets posted, and really work with the chief and work with the board on correct language so we can really work together. Because Chief Pecora is right. He loves to engage in the community and working together and working with everybody. And I think that we can find some common ground. It'd be great. I appreciate everything you guys are doing, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thanks, Norm. So no other hands are up at the moment. So for anyone who wants to put up their hand, I will just say Chris Lawless has typed several questions. I'll try to answer a couple, asking what RSA authorizes this ordinance. There's a few. I believe the main one's RSA 147:1, which authorizes towns to make regulations to prevent nuisances and other regulations relating to public health. But we have that actually spelled out in the ordinance as well. Okay, so in the time it took to answer that one question, we have two more hands. So Elizabeth, if you can just say your full name.
Hi there, Elizabeth Sides, Crowell Road. I feel like I could go on and on with reasons to support, but I'm not going to, because Brini, you did a really good job, and Chief Pecora also, and Anna, and everyone else that's been in support of it. I don't think I need to rehash it. The thing that I want, that I was thinking about while listening to everyone talk is, I think we need to remember that the majority of this town, I think really truly believes in the necessity of wearing masks and does it. It's the minority that don't want to and are fighting it. And I think we're really lucky in that respect. While, I get annoyed I get annoyed and frustrated when I've been in places in town that a lot of people are not wearing masks, and when I say a lot, it's I'm in a store in Colonial Village with 10 people. So, I don't think it's a large number. And I think if we make it the ordinance, it's also for all the people in the restaurants and Colonial Village managers and everyone that is working in a store that has to wear a mask, because that's the part that I don't understand. I don't understand why employees are not all wearing masks. And I would certainly never call up the police and, tell on someone. That's not what I think this is about. I think this is about putting the responsibility on the townspeople and, letting them know that you're breaking, the ordinance. You're not doing the right thing if you're going to be so, blatant and just saying, I'm not doing it. I don't want to. And they might be able to go into Dunkin' Donuts and, get in there and there's a 16-year-old or a 30-year-old working who doesn't want to say anything. And I get that. And I understand Greg's concerns too, that's not their job. But I feel like if it's out there that it's an ordinance, I think more people, and even if it's that 10 people that might think twice now about going into some place where it's clearly stated you are supposed to wear a mask and they don't. So I fully support it. I think we have a great town. And I think, again, the majority of people are doing the right thing.
So I hope the other people that aren't can think about this as this is a public safety, public health issue. You know, if you're not scared to get it, well, good for you. But a lot of people don't want to get it. I'm healthy. I don't want to get it. But I'm not living in fear. And I do go into Colonial Village. I do go in places. But I think we all need to do our small part, as Anna said. We're a tiny, great town. Let's keep it that way. So anyways, thank you so much for everything you guys do. I know it's hard.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Ron Noyes.
Hi, first of all, thank you all for your work and attention on this. I'm coming from this place as someone who wears masks because I care about people. But I also care about business owners' rights. And this isn't I see a temptation to say, oh, this is about, civil liberties and it's not about, but it really is. We have business owners in this town who either want to have a mask mandate, if you will, in their place of business, but we also have people that don't want to lose the business because someone doesn't want to go in. And that's a separate issue from whether that person is making the decision, whether you think it's right or wrong. And again, I wear masks. But I think when we put business owners in a position where we take away their ability to make decisions for themselves, I think that's a dangerous place. And again, I hear the argument. I see you taking notes about wearing socks and shoes and stuff like that. But where does that end? And I get it. Again, I wear masks all the time. What happens though if a business owner doesn't want to comply, or they need to now be the enforcer? That's really difficult. That's really difficult because business owners in this town, they got to keep food on the table, right? And so it's nuanced, right? And if anything else, I just want to add this to the conversation because I think it is valid. And I would like to point out that it was mentioned earlier that the vast majority of businesses already do have a sign up that says wear a mask, and it is effective. And granted, there are going to be some people just about everywhere who just refuse for whatever the reason is, and a lot of times that is medical. And that leads me to the point of, okay, if there's a mandate and someone does have a valid reason, I had asthma, I don't care, I still put the mask on, right? But if someone has a medically viable reason for not wearing one, what's the enforcement mechanism there? Do we have to carry a card around now? It just seems a little Orwellian in implementation. And I'll keep it short. I think, if we look at one of the original arguments for having this in our town, and I really love the first caller's objective statistical input, and that we're not Concord, we're not Manchester, we're certainly not New York City. And by the math, a lot of the fatalities, which are terrible, do come from long-term care facilities, and every life is important and everyone matters. But one of the initial arguments that I heard was that surrounding towns, surrounding states have mandates, so why shouldn't we? I find it interesting that we haven't had one, and yet of all the surrounding states, our numbers are lower than theirs. So lastly, as someone who wears a mask, those are just things that I wanted to put into the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. And I have to take notes or else I can't remember what people said. So that's the reason for taking notes. Okay, so next we have Bob Matteo. Correct me, please. Hi, Bob. Can't really hear you.
Is that better?
Not really. You sound really muffled and far away.
How about that?
Everyone's shaking their head no. It's really tough to hear you.
I don't know if this is gonna happen. No? Hello, everyone. No?
You have a headset in, Bob?
I do.
Take it out.
How's that? Can you hear me?
All right. Can we hear a little test here?
It went from bad to nothing.
Bob, did we lose you?
The other option would be to call in on the phone. On the website is the phone number, and that might be the easiest way to hear.
Yeah, Bob, do you have an option of dialing in? I don't know. We seem to have completely lost you. While we give Bob a minute to try to figure this out, there's a few more questions in the chat. It's a little tough to summarize and a little bit awkward. It's easier if people could just call in. But one person asked, how many businesses would this be? And I think it would apply, again, it comes down to definitions, but basically any business establishment that's open to the public. So stores, restaurants. Bob, are you there?
I'm trying to get everything working. You still can't hear me.
Okay.
You can hear me.
That's a little better.
Wow. What is it? I mean, it's funny for an IT professional
There
too.
you go. All right, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Great.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Man, tough conversation. One of the, is another, I should say, mask wearer in town. One of the things that I guess I've noticed is, besides seeing the numbers go up for new cases, another number that I'm seeing, it looks like that 90 to 95% of people, at least in the Northeast, are already wearing masks. I don't have a way to verify that in town, but living extremely close to the, Colonial, it does seem to me that that number seems to kind of bear out that 90 to 95% of people that are kind of, they're already wearing masks. So, and yet, again, like a lot of the country, the numbers are going up anyway. So I guess I'm one of those that isn't convinced that the mask actually work, but still wear the mask. Again, Chief mentioned it for other people, out of respect for other people. Just to keep, to keep the peace. The other thing I noticed too with the numbers is, the out-of-state plates that I see, at least again at Colonial and Mr. Mike's, from an informal observation, but being there quite a bit, most of the people getting in out-of-state vehicles do have masks on, for what I've seen. And this is pretty much on a daily basis where I'm at one of the two spots. Obviously my concern comes down to, what would happen when it becomes law. I feel like that's a game changer for a lot of people. And for the people that you see not wearing masks, I don't know. I'm afraid that's asking for confrontation in my mind from probably groups on both sides that would rather not see that and have that discord in the community. And one of the other, I guess, concerns I have overall is the enforcement around the school and the schools. And really, if we're looking at, I guess, curbing the numbers back, do we really need to, are we going to be looking at the schools that are going to have to go back to full remote? If we're pushing this, so what we already have 95% compliance and numbers are going up, and we get another, whatever that number adds to, with the, with the resolution here, with an ordinance, it would seem to me we'd probably have to start looking at shutting the schools down if this was going to be into effect. But again, that's just my thought. So not an easy decision. And I know both sides are well intended too. So I know the idea of an enforcement, an ordinance. I know people are trying to help. I don't think people that necessarily aren't wearing them, are not looking to help too. I just think they're looking at medical opinions that they've seen and, different numbers, and they've made their stance. I'm not sure if an ordinance is going to change that or not. But again, difficult discussion. Appreciate the time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I see Megan Noy's hand is up.
Hi.
Getting a little feedback there.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Yes, I'm Megan Noyes. I was just calling. It's something that's really short and simple and maybe doesn't make sense to everybody, but all I could think of during this conversation is, personal responsibility, where, here we are trying to make these rules and regulations for all these really kind neighbors that we have in this town. We have, I feel like we all do good because we're good. Most of us do. And the majority of us make, like other people have said, make the right choices. But for those of us who choose not to, or businesses that choose to not put that sign on their door, I feel like it could be as simple as, your personal responsibility, where if you don't like that, then don't go in that business. I mean, isn't it that simple where, we can make these rules to accommodate ourselves, which would be, it would be great if we didn't have to, but we also could just travel to the towns that have those mandates. If we feel that it's unsafe to go into Colonial Village or to Dunkin' Donuts, then just go to a different town or to a different store. And in that case, it could be a natural, process for the business owners who realize maybe that they're not getting as much customers because of that, or, and then maybe they would change their minds. But in the end, I feel like it should be a choice, and, having a choice is always a priority to me, at least. And I feel like it is for a lot of people in this town. So I do think that this could be simplified by just taking personal responsibility. Don't go out to dinner in a restaurant if you don't like their policy. Don't go to that Dunkin' Donuts. Go to the hundreds of other Dunkin' Donuts if you don't like their policy, and just leave everyone alone, And maybe, I'm sure I'm missing a lot of really important facts, but it just seemed sort of basic to me. But anyways, thank you for your time, and I appreciate the attempt to make everybody comply, I guess.
Thanks, Megan.
So good luck with that.
Thank you. I would just add that I think part of what I wanted to get across is that it's not just one person's action only affects themselves. We're talking about community spread. We're talking about every time someone goes into a store or somewhere else where they're around other people and they're not wearing a mask or they're not keeping distance, you put many others at risk. And it's our systems are fragile. And so we have schools, we have the police department, we have the fire department. So it's not just we can be oh, we're just going to shop in other towns. It's really about you know, the bigger picture in terms of keeping everyone in this town safe. So just wanted to respond to that quickly, but I'm not seeing any other hands. So I think we covered several of the Q&A questions. There was one comment, not a question in here. All right,
I
more hand.
quickly answer one of Chris Lawless's questions if you'd like me to.
Sure, go ahead. And then I see one other hand up.
So the question was asked if other towns that do have a mask law are seeing decreases or increasing COVID cases. And I don't think that we have town by town data to show whether a town-wide mask ordinance is or is not successful in mitigating the spread of COVID. But there is a lot of data at a county level in various states and a lot of data at the state level that implementing a mask ordinance does limit the spread and therefore reduces the number of hospitalizations and reduces the number of deaths due to COVID. So that data is out there, not to mention just the sort of theoretical benefits of masks are pretty much undisputed at this point. So that's my answer to that.
All right, thank you. So next we can bring over Catherine Ledoux.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Catherine Matteo. I just had a question because I have a child with sensory processing disorder, and we are working on mask tolerance, but I worry about people that cannot medically wear a mask and are allowed to not wear a mask because of that. But from outside observers, it looks like someone's being selfish or ignorant because they just see someone without a mask. And my concern with an ordinance is I understand that law enforcement would probably be a last resort, but at some point, someone somewhere is going to see someone without a mask and jump to a conclusion and call the police. And I do worry about the business owners, you know, having to say, oh, well, you know, can I see your medical exemption? But maybe the person standing behind me doesn't know that we have that medical exemption and calls the police because they don't know and they jump to those conclusions. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Appreciate those comments. All right, we have one more hand. Mark, if you can just say your name.
Mark Fournier.
All right, go ahead.
So again, I appreciate everything you guys are doing in this conversation tonight. I own Colonial. I've been brought up a few times tonight. Kind of want to know some reasons why I haven't been approached earlier. To many points tonight with what's been going on, even to the last caller. Exactly a great point. I run a pharmacy. Things that have come up, not come up, and just again, the last commenter of being able to say to somebody in the enforcement of what you guys are looking for, which I do understand. This is a pandemic. I get it. We're all trying to make it through. But to her point, I can't say to somebody coming into my pharmacy, why aren't you wearing a mask? Or why do you have a dog with you? Oh, that's a service dog. I can't ask that question. So it's very hard as a business owner, whether here in Hopkinton or anywhere, to do those enforcements. So I'm going to ask you guys, because again, I've been brought up many times tonight. You know, what can we do as business owners here in Hopkinton to help that out? Aside from what we've been doing through all of this, of trying to, you know, educate, which we have through all of this, of wearing a mask. So I ask you guys that. What can we do? What can we do to help other than what we've been doing for the last 8 months?
That's a great question. I think as someone who does not go into stores personally, I don't know what people have up front for saying what the mask policy is, but it sounds like most places in town, I think including the Colonial, have a sign that says masks are required.
Of course.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have an answer for what more you all could be doing as business owners. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on that. I think, but I also think it gets at partially why we're talking about an ordinance.
Well, right. But so, I mean, just, and again, I'm not trying to take this out, but again, I've been called out many times on what is going on and how we can help our community, which again, respectfully so, you know, our chief of police, great for what he said. He's doing his thing and doing it. And so are all of us as business owners to help the community and doing what we can to give all of you the safety, the protection, and the goods that we all need. And again, I don't think an ordinance is really going to help those that, again, how am I going to enforce those that don't want to wear it? Because I am a pharmacy. I have a lot of people, I mean, from every, you know, infliction they have that come to me. I'm not going to sit there and trying to argue with somebody who is 98 years old, who needs an incontinence pad, and ask them, hey, I really need you to wear a mask. They've served in 2 wars. They're not going to hear that. And I can't enforce that. And I'm not going to ask that of my chief of police. I'm not going to call that in somebody coming into my store to try to support them for what they've done. I guess I just, again, hearing my name called out over this meeting, I'm here to support the community. I have been for 39 years, and I will be for hopefully another 39 years.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your comments and your perspective. I don't see any other hands. So
but I'd like to ask the question. Do you guys have questions for me? Being that I have the Duncans, again, who was called out tonight in my plaza. Do you guys have questions for me? And if that's the case, do other people who are watching this have questions for me.
Well, I can ask a quick question if you don't mind, Mark. Do you require your employees to wear masks?
Yes.
So I think as you probably guessed, I'm in favor of requiring masks across the board. I think it's possibly the most important thing that we can do in this moment where we are in the trajectory of the pandemic. But I think short of that, I think enforcing that requirement among your employees would be helpful. I mean, I know I do occasionally go to your plaza and I do see folks not wearing masks in employee roles there. So that might be one thing that could help. Just leading by that example would probably be helpful. I mean, you asked the question, I'm giving you
No, absolutely. And I appreciate that. Again, we've been at this for months. I'm trying to do my best with keeping my employees in line with wearing their masks, doing their thing. It's been hard. I mean, it's been hard for all of us. Like, we cannot take that away. It has been hard for all of us. I'm trying to keep them obviously in compliance with wearing that and doing their thing. I agree. Some of them, I mean, again, take it down to take a breather. I've got people who are working, 8 to 12 hours a day in trying to do their thing. It's tougher on them. So I think we need to keep that in mind too. Not everybody is working 8, 10, 12 hours a day wearing a mask. So we as a community have to understand what our frontline people are doing and sacrificing to be able to provide for the community. It's not something I'm proud of, but they are there. They are there providing a service, and they're doing their best. And that's all I ask of them, is to do their best to provide for our community.
No, Mark, I completely agree with you. And I think one of the, we're getting and veering off into like philosophical territory here, but I think one of the wonderful things to come out of this situation that we're in with the pandemic is that we're redefining who are our like frontline workers and who are our essential workers. And I think that is a really important point, that the people that work in your store are providing an essential service for the rest of the community. That's absolutely true. And they are on the front line. So I think, I mean, I think there's gotta be a way, their masks are being worn 100% of the time by employees in other stores. And I think there's gotta be a way to coordinate their breaks from their bagging shift or from their checkout shift with their mask break, right? So, I mean, there's got to be ways that we can really make the mask wearing by employees when they're interacting with customers 100% of the time.
I respect that.
Anyone else have a question or comment for Mark? Okay. So last call for public comment. I'm just going to check the chat one more time. All right, I think we've answered mostly everything that we can answer in here. Anyone else? If not, we will move forward with talking about, well, we'll see what the board thinks. But I think our next step would be to decide if we want to move forward with actually talking about the draft language. Because then if we decide to move forward with that, then we will have to have another public hearing on the actual ordinance. All right, so no one's hand is raised. So thank you to everyone who commented. We appreciate the different perspectives and people's insights into these issues. So does anyone else on the board have any comments they want to make, or are people okay with moving into looking at the actual language?
Let's go.
So
do you want a sense of the board before we even looked at the language, Brini, or do you want to pull up the language and do that first?
like a sense of where people are. Well, I was hoping people might comment on, like, you know, what they're thinking. Thanks for saying it more explicitly, Stephen.
Yeah, no, yeah. I guess I would thank everyone that just called in and provided their feedback. And I would also just observe that members of the board got a number of emails from people. Many of those were, maybe all of them actually, were supportive of the idea of an ordinance. But
there was one I just want to call out that raised some issues with enforcement.
You're right. That's right. There was one. That's right. I mean, I certainly appreciate the input that we just heard. I mean, I took a bunch of notes because there are some things that I think we need to work through if we are going to go forward. And so I think that that was really, really helpful to hear just the responses that are out there. I am still personally in favor of going forward with an ordinance. I think these are things that we can work through. And just to echo what's been said earlier, I think is that it's really, you know, our community taking care of each other. And I hope that's what everyone takes away from this when we're all done. And it's not about a gotcha, tricking someone or calling the police on them. It's about everybody keeping everybody else safe.
I'll echo most all of Stephen's comments. I appreciate everybody that's called in or emailed their thoughts. And I guess where I'm coming out is I still think an ordinance makes sense. But as I said initially, the devil's in the details. And I think the real detail is enforcement. And that's an issue that we have to spend a lot of time trying to work out.
I see Mark's hand is up. I would bring him back over, but then say this is it for public comment, given the hour. So Mark, if you have something else you want to add, please go ahead.
My only thing in language, since you just brought it up, in the language of what I have read today, coronavirus is not a disease. It is a virus that we've heard about over and over again. And in your language, I'm not exactly sure who, you know, put that out there. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but disease was in that language. And I might be wrong, but
We have to get straight on coronavirus is a virus, COVID-19 is a disease, and we'll try to be consistent across the board with that.
okay.
Yeah, thanks for.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not trying to delay this.
No worries. I also had called it a virus, and thank you. Okay. Any other comments before we move forward? All right. So I saw Jeff's edits. I don't know if others had a chance to look at them. And Neil, really quick process question in terms of if we vote to move forward with an ordinance, then what is, I guess, what's the sequencing that needs to happen to hold a public hearing? Like, would we need to hammer out final language tonight and like vote to move forward with that document? Or is it the kind of thing where we vote on the concept and then we're able to continue to work on language and then present that at a public hearing?
Right, because you don't finalize language till after the public hearing, but the more information I would think you can provide to people, the closest you can have to what you think is a finished draft, I think the better.
Yeah, okay. So do people want to start with Jeff's draft? Or do you want to start with?
I would say Jeff's draft, because I agree with him that there were just too many whereases.
Why don't we, can we pull up his draft with red lines so we can see the edits that he made?
Yeah, yeah, that would be helpful. Neil, are you able to do that? Thank you.
While Neil's doing that, just my only response on all the whereases is that if this gets challenged, the whereases are kind of our rationale for why we think we need it.
Right.
And so that could be useful if we have to defend it. So, what's that?
We can't take too many out. Like we
Exactly.
Need
and
enough.
and I don't know where that line is, but I would say, if we get to a comfort level with this language and schedule a public hearing, I would suggest we send a draft of this to our attorney to take a look at. And if there's any whereases that we have eliminated that they believe should be in there, I would suggest that we add it back in. But understand and appreciate that there were a lot of them in there, and it's a lot to go through.
Yeah, I'll just say that the other towns I looked at, it varied, but Concord's was like 10 times as long as this. But yeah, I just want to be clear. The point of a preamble is to be clear. It's basically like legislative intent. It's showing why the purpose and the scope and the intent behind this. So to Stephen's point, I think obviously we'll have outside counsel look at it, but I think it is important to be very clear about what was behind the ordinance. So Neil, can you scroll down just a little? Thank you. Like I personally would keep in these two because I'm not sure saying it's a unprecedented public health emergency is sufficient, because it's really about the spread and how we try to stop the spread. And I think this gets to that issue. Anyone else agree, disagree?
Are you talking about the one in green?
Well, I think that that is not a sufficient or adequate replacement for the two that have been struck beneath it.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood you. Let me read. Sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, I would prefer to have the two in blue below remain in.
I believe she's talking about the the next two sentences in the one that was, whereas COVID-19 is a global pandemic. I think that's what Sabrina was saying she wanted to keep in, but I don't know.
I was saying the two large whereases that are in blue that have been struck. I think those two should go back in. So that one that starts with infectious diseases are caused, and then the one that's it is clinically established, I would put those back in.
And that's what I understood
Okay.
you were saying, Brittany, and I'm agreeing that I think that those should stay in as well.
Does a third person think that?
I also agree that those are very
Okay.
important to lay the foundation here, but I'm looking back up at the green one. Do we think that putting those two back in, it takes the place of the rest of that green one?
Because we included the other two paragraphs, I'm okay with leaving the green one as Jeff has revised it.
Do we want to include some other ones include things about like well, I think we leave in I think we just accept Jeff's change on that one, Neil. Yeah, okay.
That's what I was doing.
Perfect. So do we want some other ordinances have called out our emergency orders, the statewide emergency orders? Are there, do we want to say anything about that state of emergency?
Yeah, I did have, I pulled from Concord's, and they have like an extensive overview of sort of like the sequencing that's come down from the state. But I think, I just can't pull up the whole thing in front of me right now. I think that there is a line saying that there is an emergency, whatever, a declared state of emergency. But it felt a little bit confusing, and also like, since we're not really like tying this to whatever exists as recommendations from the state right now explicitly, it felt like it confused the issues to me.
I would like to see us mention the state of emergency, only because to one of the comments we received, I was going to suggest that we add some sunset language into this, that if the state of emergency is officially called off, that the mask ordinance would automatically go away. And if that sort of a sunset language is going to be in there, it would probably be good to have something that references the state of emergency. Maybe not to the extent that Concord did it, because I think you're right, they really did it a lot. But to just say, on whatever date, Governor Sununu issued a state of emergency, and it's been renewed thereafter continuously to this date. Just to let people know that statewide there is a state of emergency about this.
So that could slide in maybe. Maybe after the line that mentions, I think I'm looking at the right one. Is there a whereas that mentions the state epidemiologist?
It might have been removed.
Well, what about just putting it in that first RSA one's the first whereas COVID-19 global pandemic with an unprecedented public health emergency, and we can just add to that saying which has prompted multiple emergency orders, including a state of emergency of the state of New Hampshire, something just along those lines.
Yeah.
I mean, we can finesse it later, but that might be the place to do it.
Why do we have to do it there if, as Stephen had suggested at the very end of, it says the ordinance shall take effect upon its passage and shall continue until the governor rescinds the state of emergency. Just leave it at that.
Just, I guess, Ken, I didn't want that sunset to be the first time someone may know or hear about the state of emergency. And so just wanted to put it in the a whereas.
It just seems like I think Jeff and I wanted to reduce the number of whereases. What we're doing is we're increasing them.
Can I just ask, I'm curious why, I mean, besides liking like brevity, I'm curious driving the wanting to shorten it.
I think for the average person in town, this is a legal document. It's going to scare them. They're not going to get beyond the whereases.
Well, on that point, Ken, I think there's ways to introduce this that are more helpful than expecting people to slog through an ordinance. Like I know Concord, I think they did an excellent job with their like graphic, and their city website has really good FAQs. So I think this is really about like putting it all out there and including everything that we really think should be included. And then I think there's other ways to message it in a more user-friendly way to folks.
I would just add that, you know, ranking my priorities of what I think needs to be in there, having a reference to the state of emergency is probably pretty low. So if people on the board are not on board with that, I didn't mean to say it that way, but you know, if people are not agreeable to that, then, you know, there's other things that I'd be willing to fight for a little more than listing all that out.
There is a reference to the extent the ordinance conflicts with the stricter requirements set forth in the governor's emergency orders, the governor's orders shall apply. And that's an indication that the governor has put forth emergency orders. I just don't agree with the amount of science that's in this as an ordinance. I cut it back because COVID's bad. The CDC says face masks are good. We support that.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be any more complex than that.
Jeff.
I'm sorry.
What was that, Anna?
Science is the basis for this ordinance, Jeff. Epidemiological science and actual.
Yeah, I understand that. It's been on the news for 8 straight months. But you don't have to restate the science in order to pass the ordinance.
Except that the point is to lay out the reasons for the ordinance and
COVID's bad, masks are good. We want masks.
Okay, let's move on to the next thing. We'll come back.
We'll put a pin in the emergency order.
So many pins.
Okay, so if we keep going down, we brought back in the 2 explaining it's public health, okay, and how it spreads. Okay, Neil, can you keep going down to? I'm fine with, well, is this one out or is it moved?
So there might be a more simple way to say it. I was just looking at the governor's emergency order number 61. And or the language in that order says New Hampshire state epidemiologist, Dr. Benjamin Chan has determined that, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but community mitigation has been and continues to be critically important. And Dr. Chan advises that relaxing community mitigation efforts risks additional COVID-19 outbreaks. That's a pretty simple way of saying essentially the same thing.
I'm fine with that. To replace what's on the screen there, Anna?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neil, do you want me to like pop that in the chat or something?
You want to, I'm just going to do a note.
Anna will wordsmith.
Per usual.
Okay, so I think the only other one, so yeah, the Dr. Benjamin Chan one was struck. If you go down to the next page. And the only other one is,
Oh, here it is.
yeah. The last, so the one that's the town of Hopkinton has an interest in protecting, I would add that back in. Because I think that's like the core of the point of this. Does anyone disagree with adding that one back in? The town of Hopkinton has an interest in protecting all people, all persons within the community from unnecessary exposure to COVID-19.
Doesn't the following one say the same thing?
All right, let's strike it. Yeah, that's fine. Unless someone else wants to keep it in, but you're right, that does feel repetitive. Okay, so I think a couple of questions on the whereases, but in general, are people okay with this content and length?
This is the low hanging fruit of the ordinance, right?
Yeah. So I think if we can move on to the, I agree with some of the definition issues. So I was trying to pull what I thought was good from other examples, and Concord has a very specific definition of retail establishments, but I agree that the business establishment change, I think, makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone good with that?
I think that we probably don't need the extra and including. Because it says before the without limitation, it already says including.
So delete this.
Does that make sense?
So you're reading all business establishments which are open to the public shall require without limitation. Yeah, I agree. So striking that. Sorry about the barking.
What is meant by work site?
Yeah. That's a good question.
I read that as meaning like if business operations are taking place, I don't know, I was imagining like
Factors in your home, a plumber, an electrician, someone is in your home. They're operating a business. I don't know.
we can take that. I think I probably just pulled that piece. So
If we don't understand it, we probably shouldn't have it in.
I mean, I was thinking like an outdoor, I don't know if there's, never mind.
I think if we wanted to apply to businesses conducted outside, we should say that, because work site is confusing.
Yeah. All right. Let's strike that. So the issue of face mask versus face covering, I know it's further down, but I think we can talk about it now because it's sort of a key definition. I personally don't think that a shield, because according to the CDC, a shield by itself is not considered sufficient and would not fall under the definition of face mask. I went with face covering initially because that was the language I saw in other ordinances. But if people think having, I guess having face covering and face mask would capture people who wore like a, I don't know, like the little pull-up warmer thingies. That would be like a face covering, and then adding face mask for clarity. I don't know. But Jeff, comments on your edit there?
I put it in because the title was face mask. I'm sorry, the title was face coverings, but part of the issue, and we saw it at the election, was someone had a face shield and they were pissed that they couldn't come in and vote. And, Chief Pecor is nodding his head because he had to deal with the guy and he probably had to file some report somewhere along the way. And we need to be clear. I don't care, whatever it's going to be face coverings, face masks. I think it's more clear with both, but if you don't want to use both, pick one or the other and be consistent. That's all. But I put in here somewhere that a shield is not considered a face covering, and I think that's critically important.
Yes,
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I personally like coverings and masks, and I appreciate the clarity of the statement saying a plastic shield is not considered a face covering or face mask. Maybe a plastic shield by itself, but are others okay with using both face coverings and face masks as the language?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd note in the next sentence, it just says face covering for employees. Number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Before we do, well, maybe in conjunction with 2, I mean, I think that one of the things I heard from Greg and Mark was, I think, a legitimate kind of concern from business owners about what their obligations are going to be under this ordinance. And I think that we need to be hopefully a little clearer about what we are expecting of them. Because I agree with Greg's comment about, it's potentially asking a lot for a part-time, teenager to call someone out for not wearing the mask and to call the police or do whatever the enforcement step is. And so, I read this and it's not crystal clear to me what we're asking a business owner to do or what we're requiring them to have their employees do. I mean, what is clear is that they're required to have people coming into their businesses wear a mask. And they do have to post that requirement. But, does that mean that they have to, are they obligated to report someone that declines to do so? Are they obligated to offer them a mask? So I want us to think about really what we want from business owners by passing this.
Yeah, I had those same thoughts. And I was at first thinking, oh, well, we could just, once we pass it, then we leave it up to the business owner to decide what's their first step and second step and third step. But if you feel like, I mean, do you think that it's feels, I mean, a little in the weeds or detailed or something, I don't know, to say like business owners shall first ask the person to put on a mask. Business owners then, if no mask is available, shall make a mask available. If the person, like how you know what I mean? Like
I wasn't going to be that, there weren't going to be that many kind of steps in the decision tree, in the flow diagram. I think I was thinking that they need to post at their establishment that masks are required.
Yeah.
And then if somebody doesn't wear a mask, I think that they should be required to ask them to put one on. And then if they still decline to do so, then I think it's up to the business owner whether or not they feel like they need to ask them to leave or if they want to report them. But I think that's their decision to make. But I'm curious to hear where other people land on this.
No, I mean, I think that sounds like eminently fair to me, and that sounds like that's what's going to happen anyway, right? It just, and I mean, I don't think, even if we say, which I don't think we should say, then you must call the police and report this person. I don't think that's going to happen every time anyway. So, I mean, it is a way to thread the needle in a potentially not as effective way, but it seems like you might as well leave that little element of choice in there.
I mean, somebody else who's in the establishment can always contact the police or the health inspector, and the business owner doesn't have to do that. I mean, but I guess I want the businesses to be supportive of this and to have buy-in. And so I'm concerned if we're too draconian on the business owners, then they're not going to be as willing to engage with the public and try to help to enforce it. Which is, I agree, a delicate kind of dance. But like I say, I want buy-in from the business community, because this is this is impacting them the most potentially.
Yeah, I agree. It feels delicate, and I hate to say, I would love to provide clarity for them, but listening to Greg, all points well taken. We don't want to further burden folks or put this on a 16-year-old who's working. But I was thinking through other sort of comparable situations, like restaurants and business establishments have to deal with, most places you're required to have a shirt and pants or shorts and shoes. And you also can't just barge into places and be totally disorderly. So what do people do now? I think they use common sense. They try to not escalate the situation. And it sort of depends on each situation, but I agree with the fact that I don't think business owners should be policing, basically. I think it would be helpful if we can find a way to provide masks for all businesses so they can have them up front and suggest to people that they put them on, and maybe remind them that it is a requirement. But beyond that, I'm not sure what else we could do. And Chief, I don't know if you have thoughts on this. I'm curious if you want to weigh in here.
I think that's the least we can do to provide these businesses with face masks. Since we're now encroaching on what the expectation is for the people who are going into their business, I think that would be our civic duty to these businesses, that as they support us, as Mark was saying, and we want to support them, that we're going to supply them with the masks. But I do want to offer it, and I know it's coming up, I think, in the next number, the expectation of what a face covering or a face mask is. And I'll be particularly interested in that discussion. But that would be my 2 cents on offering up the mask so that there's ample supply to these businesses, as we're expecting them to have everyone put one on or provide something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would hope that we could do that, as well as providing consistent signage for our businesses. And even I know someone mentioned when they've traveled out of state through other sort of highway towns, they have signs, there's sandwich boards coming off the highway saying, we have a mask ordinance and please get your mask ready, so there I think there are things that not only for our businesses in town, who I agree, that's the most important folks that we gotta help with this effort, but also for visitors.
Neil, do we have money we haven't requested from the COVID fund?
No, we've gotten all our money.
Okay, so to the extent we're providing masks to businesses, that's an expense that we would need to eat.
And right now we probably have enough masks to be able to do that here.
Okay.
For at least a while.
I mean, I would say too, we could certainly implore our wonderful community, if you have an extra box of masks lying around, go drop it off at the Colonial, go bring it to Dunkin' Donuts, go bring it to Mr. Mike's. Like, let's, again, this to me is akin to like a war effort. Like, we all have to pitch in, we all have to do the things that we can, and we can all contribute to this in little ways as well.
I agree with what Stephen has suggested in terms of, let's say, call them steps. I'm wondering, Stephen, are you thinking it should go in after number 2 because that was the last item we talked about?
Yeah, I think so. I think if we are going to have some kind of clear expectations for business owners, that it would probably be in paragraph 2 and maybe replace some language that's there a little bit. I don't know. Hadn't really gotten that far in my thinking, but I think that's a logical place to put it. Certainly.
I agree.
What about all such establishments shall, so we do have in here, they're expected to post the
Right.
and then say, I don't know. I mean, do you want to say encouraged to request? It feels awkward to put this in writing. But that was sort of what we talked about for sequencing. Like, then they would request that the person put on a mask.
I think it's again, I mean, what do we want to be enforcing? Do we want to enforce? I think the posting that the mask is required is an easy thing to inspect and hopefully easy to enforce. After that though, it gets a lot trickier. You know, do we want to enforce a business owner to, intervene and say to a customer, you don't have a mask on, I have one for you, please wear it. Or do we just leave that unaddressed so that it's not an explicit requirement?
Is it typical to include steps that other people must take in an ordinance like this?
Well, I mean, the way I read it, we're regulating, people, but we're also regulating the businesses themselves. So I think that's what I'm, I guess, trying to get at.
That seems inappropriate to me in terms of an ordinance. I don't know.
And,
Not a
and
lawyer.
maybe it's maybe I'm just not expressing it really well, but my intent is that I just want to be clear. I want us to be clear for the businesses in town so that they understand what they're required to do. That's really all I'm trying to get at. And if it's too granular to say, these are the steps you need to take, that's fine. But whatever we do, I just want it to be clear so that they can read it and be like, okay, I understand what I need to do.
So I work a lot with the Department of Defense, and this would fall under the category of implementing rules, not the law. And so you could send a memo separately to all the business owners saying, hey, here's what we're expecting in terms of the mask ordinance. It just doesn't seem appropriate to me for it to be in the ordinance itself.
And when you say it doesn't seem appropriate, is it the steps that I'm suggesting, or the requirement to post
the level of detail? Just like, we started out with, 3 or 4 or 5 pages. I cut it back. We've added it back in half that, and now we're going to add in more. We're going to end up with a 20-page ordinance. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So I do agree conceptually, Jeff, that like it doesn't feel like, just thinking about the legislative process, it does feel like this is something that would come in like rulemaking or guidance. But I appreciate what you're saying, Stephen, and I agree that I would like to help businesses understand the expectation. But I feel okay with saying you have to post it And this gives you, I mean, it does say you may refuse entry and service to someone who refuses to put one on, just like you could refuse to serve someone who walked in without clothes on and was disorderly or whatever. But I think that beyond that, it does feel, unless we wanted to say you have a duty to report people, but I don't think, I'm not hearing that that's where people want to go.
No, and I'm fine with that feedback about, you know, not pushing for that. Then if that's kind of where everybody's at, then when we get to the enforcement language, then I would suggest that we are clear about who are we enforcing against? Is it the people who are not or refusing to wear the mask, or are we enforcing against the business owners that have not enforced this ordinance?
Right.
In other words, I'm fine leaving it as it is and moving on, but when we get a little further down, you know, I want us to think about if the police show up and have to issue a ticket, who are they issuing it to?
Right. I think it's to the mask, the person who's not wearing a mask, but yeah.
I would agree. And that was going to be my suggestion. And I think we should add that when we get
Okay.
there.
Okay. So the definition of face covering or face mask. I think we're clear that a shield by itself would not be considered sufficient. I mean, I read this to mean you could wear any sort of cloth mask and like the neck warmer thingies. You know, I think I saw possibly some people go into the polling place with bandanas. So I don't know, do people want to make this more detailed? Are you okay with this definition?
I'm fine with it the way that Jeff revised it.
Okay. Any other input on?
And I agree that it would, as it's presented here, include like the little buffs that you just like pull up, or a bandana or something like that.
Chief, I see you're unmuted. Were you going to say something?
I just want to be careful as to work with the people. To some of the earlier points, that if they're making a good faith effort, it may not be ideally what we want, but they are in fact trying. There's a lot of stories out there, and we've dealt with a lot of these individuals who said, I can't because of, whether it's a medical reason, it's some other purpose. But if they're saying, I'm wearing a face shield, I personally understand that's not going to necessarily stop the spread. But at that point, my discretion is going to be, this individual is making an effort. They're not blowing off the ordinance or the town or the business owner. And so I hope that we have the board support in using our discretion, as do the business owners, to be able to work with individuals and say, we understand. I don't anticipate that to be the norm, but I want to be careful that individuals who are trying are not being penalized because, for whatever exception they may have, it's not meeting our standard.
I guess I would respond and say that I trust your judgment, Chief, and that if you guys feel like you need to exercise your discretion in that way, then I don't think that I would second guess that, because I'm hoping that the people that are going to do a face shield as opposed to an actual face covering are the exception and not the rule. And that with some education, hopefully that behavior will change.
And I think that gives some leeway to the business owners as well. that they're able to support the individuals who want to wear one of those, and just explain to them that they're really looking for a face mask as opposed to contacting the police right away. Because my intent is, as we talked to Mark and we talked to Greg, that I'm very fortunate to have a good rapport with both of them, but I anticipate that I would speak to them first before necessarily responding or contacting an individual who's in one of their establishments, and asking them for their assessment if they are there. And if they feel that whether it's a face shield or some type of covering, that's satisfactory, then I think cooperatively, I would be okay with that.
I do agree that, you know, you and your officers will use your best discretion and make, you know, a call in a situation about, for example, a plastic face shield. And I do fully trust all of you to do that. I wonder though, if we can, for the purposes of this ordinance, I'm trying to think, because the purpose of having a face mask ordinance is really to have face masks be worn. And I would put someone who's wearing only a face shield, they're kind of in the same category as someone who, if for some reason they can't wear a mask but choose to wear a face shield, that's sort of in the same category as a medical exception. Is there a way to word this so that the wearing a face shield falls in the same category? Like, because I mean, they're just not serving the same purpose as a mask.
I understand that. I'm just saying that these people that, for whatever reason, that's their effort. These aren't people that are intentionally ignoring it. They're just, that's their comfort level, perhaps. I don't know. But are we going to penalize them because they're, for whatever reason, not able to or not interested in wearing the face covering? I think this is the rabbit hole that we're going down now. And we want to be very careful, not so much for what we would be doing or the business owners, but the public's expectation, being the watchdogs, being the eyes that are out there and seeing an individual not wearing a traditional face mask and then deciding it's up to them to contact the police and creating more of an issue.
I'd be supportive of giving the chief the discretion. I would wonder who would opt to just wear a face shield other than if there was maybe a health issue.
Well, we're getting into like administrative law and drafting issues, but I think that, you know, the medical exception, I think, would be broad enough to include someone who had a shield and said it was for medical reasons or whatever purpose. But I mean, I agree with Jeff's edit that it's helpful to be clear about what we expect from a covering or a mask, and to put in here that a shield is generally not considered within the definition. But I think this can be read in totality with the medical exception, that if there were a situation where, as you said, Chief, someone was making a good faith effort with a shield, that doesn't mean, you know, you need to be called up or they need to be penalized or whatever. I think there is space for discretion the way it's drafted. So I don't know how others feel. I mean, the only other thing we can do is take out the line that says a shield is not considered a covering or face mask. I'm just hesitant to do that because ideally people would actually be wearing, you know, full covering. So I don't want to like leave this in limbo. I mean, I totally agree with the concept that there should be some discretion on the business owner's part and your part in terms of determining if, you know, somebody was trying to comply. I want to make sure that we enable you to do that and don't restrict you too much with our language. But personally, I would interpret this to give you that discretion. I don't know what changes others would want to make that clear.
I would actually, I agree. I would not want to change. I would not want to take out the statement about the face shield, but I'm supportive of the chief and his officers exercising their discretion. But I want to send and communicate to the public that, you know, we don't consider a face shield to be the same as a face mask or a face covering. And hopefully with some education, those people will come around.
So do you feel comfortable, Chief, with that? We leave the definition in and that is the expectation, but there's room for discretion in terms of enforcement on that point.
Sure. And I'll just expand on what Mark had said earlier when he called in about the medical limitations. He had used the example of service dogs. We're very limited as to how much we can inquire. So just so everyone's aware, we're all on the same page. Again, getting back to expectations, if someone says, I have a medical reason, we're likely not to keep investigating beyond that. So I just think we want to be clear as we implement this, as we move forward with the language, so that everyone, not just the board, but the people that are watching, the people that are going to rely on this, understand that there is going to be some room there. It may not be as rigid as some people think.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've thought quite a bit, and I think it was Catherine who brought up the very good point about not ostracizing folks who have a health issue. And so, I mean, I think in a perfect world, people would act in good faith. And if you actually had a medical reason, you would not be wearing a mask for that reason. I think ideally we would not go down this path of like, well, you need to prove it. Somebody said, do we have to carry cards around? I don't think we want to go down that road. And so that does feel like another area where we're going to rely on people to be honest and hopefully not try to just claim they have a medical issue when they don't. But I think it's just unfortunately a tough spot where we have to take people at face value. I'm not sure how else we try to enforce that. So unless someone has thoughts on how to deal with medical exceptions, I'm not sure there's too much we can do on that front.
My only other thought, and I'm not saying this to suggest it, but I think it's cumbersome and it puts a lot on the chief and the police, is to have little blank slips of paper that basically have a statement on it that says and you fill in your name, certify to the police officer that I have a medical reason that prevents me from wearing a mask, and that you sign it. I think that's maybe going too far, but that is something else that I thought of that might give us a little bit more, or the person who's claiming it, a little more to think about when doing it. But I'm curious to hear the chief's kind of take on that.
Well, I'm thinking about HIPAA laws as we discuss this, and what's private and what must be released and what is not required to be released. I think as we work through this, I'll be very anxious to see what the town's legal counsel has to offer. But certainly, I think that would be an area of concern as we start getting into where we draw the line on medical questions and how much proof. If we're asking them, if I understand you correctly, what they would sign, saying, or something we would sign as officers.
No, it'd be the, I guess I was thinking of it as something that the individual in question would sign, but it wouldn't require them to go into any specifics about what the medical condition is, which I think might get around the HIPAA concern. But I would defer to our legal counsel on that. But yeah.
Yeah. I think it's probably a more generalized privacy concern. I'm not sure we actually, HIPAA only applies to covered entities, and I am not recalling if we would be a covered entity. But in any event, I think it gets at the issue of sort of privacy with respect to health.
And just to say again, I mean, that's kind of why I hesitated to bring it up, because it kind of creates more issues than it solves.
But I think it's a good point to bring up because it just shows there aren't a lot of great options here. And I think it comes back to people acting in good faith, which not everyone will, but that signing a little slip of paper is probably the next best thing we could do. And I don't really think we do it. It doesn't sound like you do either, Stephen. So unless someone else has thoughts on, like, you know, the medical exception piece in terms of proof, I think we can move on from that. Oh, we were on the definition of what a face covering or, oh no, we moved on from that. Okay, so do we want to go back to, that would bring us to the face coverings for kids, I think would be our next line.
I wanted to say on number 4, I would suggest keeping that in. I don't know what other people think.
Oh.
I took it out because I think suggesting an activity in an ordinance that requires activity is inappropriate.
I did see that, I think, in every other ordinance, but I hear what you're saying, Jeff.
I mean, but it's also laying out a circumstance under which the mask is not required. And that feels important. It's
not required anywhere except in businesses, apparently. So I don't have to have it in the parking lot. I don't have to have it on the sidewalk. Why are we referencing public trails separately as a suggestion to wear a mask?
I know that I heard concerns when we first started talking about this, that we were going to require this on public trails. So I don't know if that's why it has kind of worked its way into all the drafts or versions that have been passed other places. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't have a strong feeling either way on this one. I think it makes it easier and cleaner to not have it in. But as Anna said, it does also lay out kind of a clear exception to the extent people are confused. I
was the person who put this in. So I agree, though. I think it's fine to take out. And I do think we have posted elsewhere that people are encouraged to be socially distanced and, you know, take other measures when they're out and about, even when they're outside. So I'm fine with striking it unless people have a strong feeling about keeping it in. All right, let's strike it. So, sorry, Ken, were you going to say something?
No, I wasn't going to, live or die on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just pulled that masks are not required for kids under 5. I saw that elsewhere. Some towns do require it for kids who are 2 and older. This is just like, I think people are probably trying to accommodate, like it's hard to keep anything on a 3-year-old. That said, I know preschool kids, I think in school are wearing masks, and they're like 3 or 4. So I really don't have strong feelings on this. The only clear guidance is that face masks are not recommended for kids under 2.
What is the school's policy? for the
100%
youngest
masks,
children?
100% of the time.
And starting at what age? Anna?
Pre-K.
So like 3, 4.
Okay, I'd suggest we try to be as consistent with the schools as we can.
Yeah, so I'm happy with changing it to the CDC recommendation, which is no one under 2, but are others all right with that for consistency? Again, like you're not going to make someone pull out a birth certificate and their kid's age, but hope people act in good faith. So are people okay with changing that not required under 2? Okay, yeah.
You can probably take out that next sentence then. Well, actually, I don't know. You could leave it in. Sorry.
Well, yeah, we could strike that because who knows, the guidance on that might change and the CDC might recommend. Okay, yeah, let's just strike that. Okay, so that brings us to the medical exception. Now, I pulled this from Concord, and then, as I mentioned, I did talk to the coalition, and they felt that this was broad enough to capture people for whom it would be difficult to wear a mask for, reasons of, PTSD and people who've been victims of trauma. They did include the language that says effort should be taken to keep 6 feet apart. They meaning Concord.
Do we want to, I hesitate to wade back into this at all, but do we want to recommend a face shield if possible in the circumstance? Physical distance and/or a plastic face shield?
Just because, face shields are shown to basically not do anything. So.
Okay, forget it.
Okay.
And then, and then should we provide face shields?
Oh yeah, that's opening a can of worms. Are people okay with the medical exception?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know where I saw this one, but I thought it might be, there might be circumstances under which you would need to pull something off to show someone your face. So I included the temporary removal. Jeff didn't strike it, so.
Well, no, but I mean, it sounds like, one of Chief Pecor's guys is standing at the counter, and if I take it off for 3 seconds, I'm going to get written up. Just seems like overkill.
But this is, so I don't think, if you had to take off your mask to show, I don't know, if you were trying to buy beer to go or something and show your age, this would mean that would not happen, that you can pull it off for purposes of showing your face, and then, yeah. So were you saying you support this being in here?
I think it's overkill, but if you want to put it in, put it in. It's just, it's less enforceable than any other aspect of this, because nobody's going to have their mask off for more than 5 seconds. And
I see what you're saying.
It'll write
Okay.
me up in that amount of time.
I think in the interest of simplicity, if we're looking to trim it, this is a place that we could make it a little shorter.
All right.
However, on the other hand, I would say in the interest of being really clear to businesses and their employees, like if someone's trying to verify someone's age that they're purchasing alcohol or cigarettes, and they ask them to please take your mask down, they have permission to do that. That's allowed. And I think we don't want the store clerks feeling like they can't verify someone's age and identity because they're not allowed to remove their mask at all. That's not the intent of this ordinance.
That is a good point.
Or
A
the
little louder next time.
Back to the implementing rules, in my opinion, that's
Sorry, I
part of that
missed it.
separate memo to the business owners.
Yeah.
Maybe it goes in the FAQs.
Well, we want the people who this applies to also knowing that they're allowed to take their face mask down when they're asked to be ID'd. They can't go into a store and say, nope, I can't show you my face because I'm not allowed to take off my mask. Seems silly, but I don't think it's doing any harm.
Okay. I can honestly go either way at this point.
I'll go with Anna.
Okay. I'll be the deciding vote and go with Anna and Ken on this. Okay. So we've got the governor's emergency order. We're going to maybe add a line up front about the emergency order. The next line, I don't know how people feel about this. I saw it, I added it. I don't know if it would be useful to be able to appoint people.
Actually, that's the wrong statute reference.
Okay.
And deputies are appointed by the health officer with the approval of the select board and the commission of DHHS.
There we go.
If you want to leave it in, we probably should correct it.
Yeah, we can also take it out. So it sounds like you already have a mechanism if you wanted to deputize someone.
Yeah, it's 128:5B. Yes.
Gotcha. All right, well, if you already have the ability to do that, I'm happy to have this taken out.
You could probably take out in 10 the or duly appointed health officers then too.
Yeah, because that's referenced in the statute, which would give that authority.
Yeah.
So I mentioned earlier, there was quite a range in the penalties for noncompliance area. I think Concord, it's like education, written warning, $15 fine, and then it goes up from there. I saw another one that I think immediately goes to a $100 fine. There's no warning, there's nothing. So I put this in basically as a placeholder and a place to start. So I am not wedded to this by any means, but I don't know what the right answer is on this.
I was fine with the kind of progression that you had, but I didn't like the multiplier if you didn't pay within 20 days.
Yeah, that's unnecessarily confusing.
That seemed really, really harsh because
Yeah.
we're not trying to make money, you know.
Right.
So
Yep.
Forgot about our budget problems, Stephen?
yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
So we can, I think, certainly take out the sentence that says the failure to pay the penalty within 20 business days results in an additional fee. Let's just strike that.
Yeah.
So, Chief Pecora, do you have thoughts on on this sort of escalation, and, you know, I just included the language about how failure to pay could result in the issuance of a summons to appear in court, but I don't know if we want to include that, but would be curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, that would be the process if they didn't pay the fine. I mean, how are we going to hold them accountable if we're saying that the fine is what the board has, or the town has decided is appropriate? And if they decide, and we've had this in other areas of town, as I may have discussed previously, where if they don't have court action taken, then really the fine is irrelevant. In other words, the honest people would pay the fine, and other people will just say, thank you very much, and it would just sit there.
So I guess the way it's written gives some discretion, since it says it may result in the issuance of a summons.
I think it's fine to leave in. I don't think it obligates the town to anything. I did want to bring up two other kind of suggestions for this paragraph. One is, I think we need to clarify that the penalty for non-compliance is with the person that is not wearing a mask, as opposed to the business owner. And I'm not quite sure where best to put that, but it should go in here someplace. Maybe after non-compliance, penalties for non-compliance
by
an individual.
By an individual.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the other suggestion was, you know, we have earlier a requirement for businesses to post that masks are required. Do we want to include penalties for businesses that do not post?
My first response is no. I think it would just be like, you know, a reminder or a suggestion, but I don't know.
Are there any businesses in town that have not put up our recommendation or something similar?
Well, this applies to offices. You know, if you go to the vet, take your dog to the vet. It applies to the lawyer or the accountant or the dentist or any of those people. Most of those places don't, as far as I know, have any sort of signage. You know, the restaurants, the Colonial, all those folks do. But I agree with Sabrina. I don't think we want to fine people for not posting.
It feels too far to me also. Again, we want buy-in from the business owners.
And, you know, I think if we provide signage, you know, it shouldn't be a big deal. We can also, this is an opportunity to work with probably the Chamber of Commerce on this too, to help get word out to businesses, to provide, you know, whatever it's PPE or signs. They probably would be a good partner. I'm fading, guys. I'm tired.
So Stephen, what was your second, on that note, what was your second suggestion?
Well, it was to clarify whether or not we're going to have a penalty for businesses that do not post.
Oh, okay, I thought you had another one.
No.
Okay.
I did in terms of the first offense is a written warning. I wonder if that's appropriate as opposed to the first offense simply being a verbal warning, and then the second offense would be a written warning. And go from there. I don't know if we'd be taking up too much, who's going to issue a written warning on the first offense?
Well, wouldn't the police also be the ones to issue the verbal warning? I mean, a verbal warning from me or the business owner doesn't mean anything in the eyes of the law, but it does coming from the police. And I don't know if it's worth them going to issue just a verbal warning. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Just going to say in other matters, we don't distinguish between a written and a verbal warning. It's just a warning.
Okay.
So it would be documented that there was a warning followed by the second step, which would be obviously the citing of the violation.
Okay.
Makes that easier.
So we should cross off the word written.
Mm-hmm.
Just a warning.
I think
So
Neil
that's
just did
been,
that.
yeah, he did.
Earlier, Neil had indicated that we do have enough masks to provide them to the stores or the businesses. I wonder if it's worth indicating somewhere in here that mask will be provided by the town upon request.
I wouldn't put that in an ordinance, then you're,
Right, yeah, I think that would be,
what if we can't get any or what?
Just thinking if we wanted to try to get the businesses fully on board with this, that might be something that they'll appreciate because it would save them money.
yeah, I think we should definitely do that. I agree with Neil. I don't think it should go in the actual language.
What if we said something about like whenever possible, the town will, make best efforts to provide, I don't know, some caveat language in there.
It does seem like more suited for like an FAQ or a guidance.
One of the things we could do is we could design a sign and email it to them and include that in the email that as available, we'll be happy to provide masks to support their efforts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I think there's
Okay.
ways to communicate it without putting it in there.
Okay, fair enough.
One thing in the penalties section. So the $50 fine is a second offense. Feeling like maybe we should go lower on both the dollar amounts, but I don't know how others feel about that. I tried to just pick something that seems sort of middle of the road compared to the other ordinances I read. But also, again, like the point is not to try to, money. And so I don't know if people think that should be lower. Concord's first offenses or after the written warning, it's $15.
Yeah, I think it should be lower.
How about half for each of those numbers?
25 and 50.
Yeah.
That's good to me.
Any other edits? I mean, there's a little cleanup and wordsmithing that needs to be done, but
Yeah, I wanted to add some sunset language.
mhm.
So the last sentence there, ordinance shall take effect upon its passage and shall continue until the earlier of rescission by the select board or the governor declaring the end of the COVID-related state of emergency. Yeah, we probably don't need yeah.
Is that close?
Close enough.
It may look different tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 11 o'clock at night, it looks real close.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I think we should just think about on this point is one of the callers asked about the board reevaluating this depending on how people in the community were doing. And I didn't know if we wanted to put something in there that would obligate us to reevaluate this by some date if none of those sunset things has happened yet.
And what would we alter? Like, in which direction, how people are doing?
I don't think we would say.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't it just be, I mean, I'm not sure we need to say that in here because we have the ability to rescind it. We have the ability to revisit whenever we think it's appropriate. So it doesn't seem like it needs to be spelled out in here.
Yeah.
Although I agree with the concept.
I think the person who was saying that was, I think, saying it in the context of giving people a light at the end of the tunnel, I think is the.
Wasn't that Chief
I
Pecora?
think that was the chief. Yeah.
Was that
Those are the wise
Right.
words.
So the end of the state of emergency could be it, but Chief, are you thinking that this would be like regularly assessed kind of thing, or
My intent behind it was to give people hope.
Yeah.
That they see that this isn't just ongoing forever or waiting for the
Yeah.
governor to make a decision. But, you know, that if the board feels that we're reaching a positive point, that we're getting enough buy-in, that the enforcement, so to speak, that is the big concern with this element, that we can rescind it. And so that's why I had made the analogy earlier about what we had done with the OHRV club, that we were going to put it out for, I think at that point it was till the end of the season. But people just had a glimmer of, geez, I don't really like this, but you know what? I can push through for a few weeks or whatever the case may be.
While I do agree with the principle of that, and I think it, is a nice thing in theory, I think what I would be troubled by about rescinding it, if there is excellent compliance, I would fear that the message would be, now you're doing great, now don't worry about it anymore. You don't have to wear your mask anymore. And sort of letting up our guard on the mask front. And I wouldn't want that to be the consequence of this going away. So I don't know. I mean,
Maybe having the sunset stuff in there is enough of a light, just the way it is now, then. And maybe we don't. I mean, hearing the chief kind of describe it again, I don't know. hesitant now to tie our hands to look at this again if there's really no need to.
Or it just feels like it's a difficult thing to draw the line. I mean, it's like, so if counties start to look better across the state, does that mean we rescind it? It does feel like it's something we just have to revisit with our best discretion and I guess input from the community. But it does feel like a hard thing to sort of spell out in this.
Pretty much a terrible idea.
No.
Well, I just don't want it to be arbitrary, and I don't think I'm gonna now agree with Jeff on we don't want to get all sciencey in here and say that like we're gonna rescind this when the transmission rate gets to X number, or when the daily new cases per 100,000 over 7 days get to a certain number. Like, we don't want to hold ourselves to those things either. So I think it's, at our discretion, or when the state of emergency is over. And I'm assuming that when the state of emergency is over, it's going to be well past like any number that we could come up with.
Neil, can I get a link for the recording where Anna says that
Jeff, all of us have agreed with you, Jeff.
It's after 11. I move to adjourn.
I agree. I just want to make sure we have our steps right here in terms of like what we do next. So Neil, I'm looking to you.
So you want to have the public hearing on the 30th, and also remember that's the night you have to have your budget finalized.
It'll be a fun couple of weeks.
So
do we have to vote on this or vote vote on anything?
I was wondering that too. Yeah, so do we need like an official vote tonight? And then my second question is the 30th the soonest we could do it? Because you said we have to have it noticed in the newspaper for.
Yeah, unless you want to have it like on Thanksgiving. That's kind of not a good.
Yeah, that's.
You need the 7-day notice.
Okay.
Thanksgiving's throwing a wrench in all kinds of things.
Okay, so if we plan on Monday the 30th for a public hearing, in terms of getting what we sort of agree on as a final-ish draft subject to the hearing, how does that work? Do we need to?
I'll clean this up.
Okay.
Send it out, and people can send any comments back at that point, as far as if anything got missed or grammatically or anything like that.
Okay.
And then it will be ready to post.
So people can.
And you can still change it after the public hearing if.
Okay. All right. So this is the next step in the process of moving forward, but it is not by any means the last step. So do we need a vote, Neil, do you think? I don't know what we would be, I guess a vote to say we want to have a public hearing on this.
That would be it, to take this ordinance to public hearing.
Okay. So
I move that we take this ordinance to public hearing as we've revised it this evening.
Second that.
Okay. Sabrina's a yes. Stephen?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chief Pecora, for
sticking with us,
offering your insight. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Robin. I'm sorry this went so late. I do think this was worthy of such attention and discussion, and it's not over yet. So anyway, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So Jeff,
motion still on the floor?
Jeff move, we adjourn.
Second.
Sabrina's yes. Steven.
Yes.
Ken.
Jeff's gone.
Yes.
Yes.
Jeff is gone.
No, he's showing us.
And Anna.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. We appreciate the comments.
And thank you, Neil, also for
Thank you, Neil.
all of
Neil
everything
Ryan,
that you
chief.
do.
All right.
To be back here, so I'm just gonna sleep here.
Wait, you're in your office?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
Yeah, I've been sitting in this chair since 7 this morning.
Oh my God, Neil, I'm sorry.
No, I did go out, so.
Okay. Oof. All right. Well,
Thank you.
these late meetings
See you
often.
soon.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
Bye.